The ex-husband of Lindsay Clancy, Patrick Clancy, set to take the stand in day 2 of testimony in the Lindsay Clancy trial out of Plymouth, Massachusetts. And we have reporter Tim Jansen, a Tallahassee criminal defense attorney and former federal prosecutor, on the ground, who will be giving us live reports outside the courthouse a little bit later this morning. But you got to stick around for the testimony, which is set to begin in just moments. Another dramatic day coming out of the Commonwealth.
Welcome to the global phenomenon, Surviving the Survivor. Here's your host, Emmy Award-winning journalist, Joel Waldman.
It was January 24, 2023. Patrick Clancy is married to Lindsay Clancy, and she asks him to leave their home in Duxbury, Massachusetts, a very Tony, nice neighborhood in the Commonwealth. Lindsay asks Patrick to go to CVS and to a pickup store, to a takeout restaurant to pick up food for dinner. And when he returns, prosecutors say, and a trigger warning here, that Lindsay Clancy, who you're looking at in better times and you're looking at there in worst of times, best and worst of times, that when he went out to get those prescription medications, many of which she was on, or at least supposed to be taking at the time, when he returns, the 3 children, Cora, Dawson, Callan, no longer with us. Callan succumbed to his injuries 3 days later. The device used to take their lives was an exercise band, as she strangled the life out of them. Tough to even listen to that. And she then slashes her wrists, her neck. We saw photos already in opening statements by Kevin Reddington, her criminal defense attorney, to say that these are not quote unquote dinky little cuts, but really substantial. And it looks substantial, and it's pretty substantial, because she is in the courtroom all these years later in a wheelchair. She is paralyzed for life from the sternum down. But after taking her children's lives, that she ends up paralyzed after jumping out her second-story window of her house after slashing herself, obviously receiving some very serious and permanent injuries. The entire case centers on just one question, and that is she legally responsible for these crimes? And that is the question that the Commonwealth and the defense are battling over. Again, Tim Jansen, once again, providing on the ground reporting from Plymouth, Massachusetts. And we're going to check in with him. He cannot live tweet from inside the courtroom. He can't communicate from inside the courtroom, as is often the case. So he will get to us during the first break, which is typically at 11 a.m. Now, when we left off the other day, things were getting heavy. The Commonwealth was starting to bring up photos of the 3 children, family photos, and asking Patrick Clancy a lot of questions about the day of the murder. And his quote was, on that particular day of January 24th, 2023, he says she was having one of her best days. And obviously the Commonwealth trying to paint the picture that she was not this woman under a postpartum induced psychosis or a postpartum depression, but that this was premeditated and pre-planned. When you simply look at Lindsay Clancy, she still appears to be out of it, and obviously stunned, shocked. Pick your adjective. On the show last night, if you missed it, please check it out. We were live at 5 p.m. Eastern time on Tuesday, and we had Tommy Pope from the now and then infamous Susan Smith case. Different, much different, yet similar in the sense that it was a mother that took the lives of her children, in Susan Smith's case, 2 children, and then said it was all at the hands of a black man. She made up the story at the time in South Carolina, also stoking racial fears at the time, and she was convicted, serving a life sentence. She was eligible for parole not long ago and was denied that parole. And Tommy Pope made it very clear that he will be at every parole hearing moving forward to ensure that she stays in prison. This case, a little bit different. So we also had Paige Bellenbaum on last night. And if you don't know her, you can Google her. She is one of the thought leaders and experts in postpartum depression and psychosis, talking about how common this is to go undiagnosed. Something like 80% of women who experience this, it goes undiagnosed. Now, postpartum depression, fairly common. She even talked about the baby blues, but it is fairly common. People experience postpartum depression. Now, postpartum psychosis, which is hearing voices, which is what Lindsay Clancy was alleged to have been hearing, and particularly right around the time that these 3 children were murdered. That is much more rare, incredibly rare. I don't want to quote percentages, but I will anyway. It's something like in the 2% range. So far fewer cases of the psychosis happening. And the debate now is going to be what was going on. Was it predetermined? Was it planned? Or is it a case that she was just sort of out of her right mind? Thank you for the jewels, which I'm still trying to figure out. And I got a couple of emails. Neil Campbell says, Paige was amazing. It was a very informative and interesting conversation. Highly recommend. Thank you. I'm not saying it because it's my show, but not only do I think it was informative, but I think it's incredibly important for a debate. I think this is a story that is tragic 1,000% around. There's not really an aspect of this case that is not tragic, but maybe the silver lining that will come out of all this is that people will understand more about postpartum depression and postpartum psychosis. And during the show today, I think the COE has a number, if any women out there now are currently pregnant. And there are a lot of women experiencing this as we speak because the postpartum depression is common, psychosis less common. But the COE, and there you go, 1-888-TLC-MAMA, Tender Loving Care Mama. That's an interesting and great number because it's easy to remember. Even I can remember it. 1-888-TLC-MAMA. Kind of a funny story. A friend of mine is the lead anchor, news anchor in Tucson, Arizona. And I got a call from the weatherman, who's one of my best friends. And he says the news anchor was at a cocktail party and he was talking to a random woman in Tucson, Arizona. And she says, I like podcasts. He says, oh, yeah, what are you listening to these days? And she's like, I found a podcast, something true crime podcast called Surviving the Survivor. And he's like, oh, I know Joel. And she said, yeah, I really like the podcast. She said, I think he's a little nuts, a little weird, but I really enjoyed the show. And so after hearing that, and that some random person is watching, listening to Surviving the Survivor, I was thrilled. And then also didn't know how to feel about the fact that she was, said I was a little weird. Then you've got Sarah Adams. And I don't think that's Ski Hat Sarah, which is weird. It's a different Sarah who her adjective of choice for me is a dork, which I think my kids would agree with. So a little food for thought. Yesterday's show was the best. Highly recommend. Thank you to Creative Chaosify. You are looking right now live at a seal of the great Commonwealth of Massachusetts, and this is in Plymouth. And notably here, the district attorney was called out by Kevin Reddington, who, by all accounts, and I've asked a lot of people, he is widely considered to be one of, if not the best criminal defense attorneys in the entire Commonwealth of Massachusetts. He has publicly said, look, my client knows she killed her children. We are not saying that she did not kill her children. What we are saying is that she is not criminally responsible because she was literally out of her mind. I mean, some of the defense themes that are going to come into play eventually is not only did she love her children, she adored her children, that she desperately sought psychiatric help. But months of worsening postpartum and mental illness got the better of her. There were multiple medication changes. And one of the interesting things that happened on day one of testimony is the Commonwealth, the prosecution, went through a list of medications, a lengthy list, and that was just a fraction of the medications she's on. They went through it only to say, well, she was only taking 2 or 3 of this one and 4 or 5 of this one and 1 or 2 of this one and 0 of this one. And as a result, she was not on this cocktail of medications, and it ran contrary to what the defense was saying. So the battle is taking place. The interesting thing to watch today is how this plays out, because as we left and court ended sort of abruptly on Monday, and today is Wednesday, there was no court yesterday, but as court ended sort of abruptly, there was a difficult line of questioning, not a harsh line, but a difficult line where Patrick Clancy, the ex-husband, was having trouble getting through some things because they were bringing up old photos of the children, which are not that old because it happened recently, and they were young, fairly recently. And by fairly recently, I mean in the last 2 or 3 years. So he was reliving all this and being re-traumatized. And there's been a line drawn in the sand with some people saying, look, she has got to be prosecuted. Tommy Pope said that, the Susan Smith prosecutor, last night on the show. Others feel this is a prosecutorial overreach and she should be remanded to a psych hospital under the guidance of medical professionals, but also under the decision-making of a judge. And if she is found not criminally responsible here at the end of all this, then that is likely what will happen, a la Andrea Yates. Andrea Yates, 2001, drowns her 5 children in the bathtub, and she remains. And not only did she remain in a psych hospital in Texas, she asked to stay there all these years later. One of the other interesting points that I'm thinking of is with Paige Bellenbaum, who again is one of the preeminent experts in this field, who was very open herself about going through a very serious case of postpartum depression, where she talks about taking her baby out in a stroller, seeing a MTA bus in Brooklyn coming past her, and having that thought at that moment of throwing herself in front of the bus. So it was at a very delicate and serious stage. And that's part of the reason that she got so involved in looking and analyzing and trying to figure out postpartum depression. And again, much fewer instances, but still a postpartum psychosis, which is what is believed to have happened here. But today, again, the ex-husband also incredibly receiving quite a bit of criticism, also a lot of empathy, but some people saying, well, how could you leave your wife? How could you move on? He is remarried to a fertility doctor in Manhattan, was able to get himself together enough to even run the New York City Marathon with his new wife. And to me, that's an incredible achievement, to be able to move on. I could barely move on after the loss of Mabel Rose, not to mention my father. And here you have an absolute horrific tragedy, and he's able to rise above it. So I've said it before, I'll say it again. I don't think we know. And the doctor echoed, the therapist echoed this yesterday. Everyone grieves differently and reacts differently. Here's an interesting comment Dana Park. I am a mom who survived postpartum psychosis. Thank you for sharing this. It was absolutely terrifying. Thank goodness I had a team of medical professionals who knew the best place for me was in psychiatric care for 3 months. Dana Park, one of the rare cases, but really, I can't think of anything much more frightening than that. Here, explaining the dorkiness factor. You may be a dork to some, but I just watch because you're real. So done with phony mainstream. They are phony. Hello, everybody. We are live at the Commonwealth, and coming up next, you'll hear from Patrick Clancy, the ex-husband of Lindsay Clancy, and that's why I wear a shirt that says mainstream media is dead. My iPad just shut off. Speaking of real, that means it's Wednesday in the Waldman area of the world. I don't know why it would just shut off on its own, but it has. STS, the most comprehensive, compassionate, and complete reporting of the Lindsay Clancy trial. Now, just for re-edification purposes, we did promise we were going to bring you opening statements and Patrick Clancy. That should be over today. It could go another day, but a lot of people have asked us to stay on this. I am personally fascinated by this trial. So there is an ongoing debate amongst the three kids still home on summer break. The new puppy, Michael, otherwise known as Mike, otherwise known as Mike D, on top of the other two puppies, which might have been more than I can, I bit off than I could chew, along with Fred now wearing essentially a diaper. There's a lot going on, is my point. Here is
proceed.
the judge.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
Hi, good morning, counsel.
Morning.
Good morning, Ms. Clancy. All right, before we get started, can I see counsel at sidebar briefly?
This has happened every day. The morning starts and sidebar is called right away. If you sound like you're getting an echocardiogram at the hospital, it's not you. It is the sound that the sidebar makes when they go over to talk. They beep here to let you know that they're in a sidebar, and I guess to keep you from hearing what they were saying. Just to recap the day of, because it's interesting, it started off as a normal day. Lindsay takes Cora, the oldest child, to a doctor's appointment. Patrick's working in the basement. I said yesterday that he was making a snowman, but in fact, the COE corrected me, and it was Lindsay who was making a snowman. Meanwhile, Patrick is sending a photo of Dawson for the very first time on the day that he is killed. He dresses himself, which is a milestone, very sad, bittersweet moment in some of the testimony. And then as you get into the afternoon, around 4 o'clock, apparently there was deep concern from Lindsay Clancy over some stomach issues. A lot of kids, they won't go to the bathroom at school. They're embarrassed to do it. So Cora was having some issues. Her mind, Patrick said, would go to the worst case scenario of some sort of kidney or liver problem, when it was really probably just nothing. But she wants to have him go to CVS to pick up a baby Miralax, which is for constipation. And people say that was the window of opportunity. That's how Lindsay Clancy, and when I say people, I mean the people of the state of Massachusetts, the Commonwealth, is arguing that was her window of opportunity. And when Patrick Clancy arrives back home about 6:09, he's calling her as he's arriving. There's no answer. When he gets in, it's completely silent in the house, which is unusual. He sees a bedroom window open. He goes out back and he sees his wife paralyzed on the ground with all kinds of injuries, the slashing to the neck, the slashing to the wrist. He says, "Where are the children?" They're in the basement. And he goes in. to find Cora and Dawson no longer living, and little baby Callan. They were able to resuscitate for a short time, and then he succumbed to his injuries 3 days later. Essentially, he was brain dead. So the details of this are absolutely awful, but the case itself and where it's going is really fascinating profile. Kevin Reddington, he's the defense attorney, and he's another guy that's incredibly interesting. 74, 75 years old, sort of a legend in Boston circles. He's from Brockton, Massachusetts, which is a blue-collar town, and he approaches the law sort of in a blue-collar fashion. There's nothing fancy. Look at this, Cape Town. Let us know what exotic locales, whether it is Carteret, New Jersey, or Cape Town, South Africa. Let us know where you are watching the global phenomenon from. And I don't say that to be funny, that we're a global phenomenon. I've had trolls say you're an idiot. I can't believe you call your show a global phenomenon. But what else do you call a show that has a viewership from more than 50 countries? And I think it's probably closer to in the 70 range now, but I'll keep it at 50 just out of modesty's sake for right now. I don't want to get ahead of myself, but we've got people watching from absolutely all over the place. The judge in this matter, if you saw the Brian Walsh and Anna Walsh trial, may that guy rot in prison, Brian Walsh, which is what he's doing right now. It's interesting how these guys are big headlines. These names are big headlines, and then they're reduced to nothing. But the judge is William Sullivan. That is a look at Kevin Reddington. I was going to say, no real fancy suits. He's just got his Purell, his coffee cup, and he's salt of the earth, this guy. But he's one of the best. And you look at Lindsay Clancy, again, not a lot of communication between these two.
Yes.
She just stares ahead. No note-taking. Tim pointed that out. Okay. She just stares ahead, almost in a zombie-like state. But we are waiting day 2 of Patrick Clancy testimony, the ex-husband, Kevin Reddington, now taking some notes. There's a look at the gallery. These appear to be supporters on the Lindsay Clancy side. I'm not sure who's who, except the man in the gray shirt, balding, I believe, is her father. And there was a priest in court on Monday, and I don't see a priest at the moment, but the father, and I'm sure the mother, is back in court. And there we are. We are now awaiting testimony on day 2. It looks like there are fewer people, as is typically the case in the courtroom. Arnie from Iceland is here. The Philippines is here. Australia is here. North Carolina, Croatia. So we go from Carteret to Cape Town, Carolinas to Croatia. And people give me a hard time when I say a global phenomenon. All you have to do is watch this show, catching us from Vietnam, Northeast England. What am I supposed to call this? A local phenomenon? A Florida? This is not a Florida phenomenon. It's a global phenomenon. I feel bad for her family. This would be an absolute nightmare. I can't imagine what this family has gone through. They'll never be the same. They will always be looked at. It is like The Scarlet Letter by Nathaniel Hawthorne. I was forced to read that book too. But
all rise. Jurors enter.
Glasgow, Scotland. Look at this. The Scots were super nice to my son at the World Cup. Amazing people. They drank the city of Miami dry, and Boston, which is hard to do. Manchester, England is here. My son sings Scotland is on Fire, which is the song that the Scots sing in the Netherlands, another great soccer country.
Yay. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice of the Superior Court, now sitting in Plymouth, within and for the Commonwealth. Draw near and give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington, and the Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Well, good morning, everyone. Nice to see everyone again. So what I want to do is just kind of go through first. I'm going to ask you those couple of questions, make sure that everybody was able to follow my instructions. Then I'm going to go over today's schedule and maybe discuss a little bit about the week's schedule, so you kind of have an idea where we're going with this. So first, let me ask those questions. Excuse me. The first question: has any member of the jury read, seen, or heard anything about this case that would affect your ability to be fair and impartial as a juror in this case? The next question: is there any other serious matter or concern bearing on your service as a juror that anybody needs to bring to my attention at this time? All right, again, thank you for following those instructions. Now, the schedule that we're going to follow today is we're going to continue with the case with the Commonwealth's witness who was on the stand Monday. And then we're going to take today be a little bit, might be broken up a little bit. There may be a couple of breaks that we have to take during the course of that, but we'll try and keep those to a minimum. But we're going to take a break at 1 o'clock, and then we'll come back this afternoon, and we'll probably go to sometime between 3 and 4. All right. Hopefully, I think tomorrow will be pretty much the same schedule. Tomorrow's Thursday. And then Friday, we are planning to go on that view. All right. And as a judge, I can control a lot of things, but I can't control the weather. All right. And so we've checked. It looks like the weather should be fine in regards to do this, but we'll talk a little bit more about that tomorrow. But that's just in case I forget about that. That's what we're going to do. So on Friday, you may want to make sure you have a jacket with your comfortable shoes. But we'll go into that a little bit more. So that's the schedule that we anticipate for the rest of the week. So on Friday, when we do the view, we'll come back. We usually generally do that in the morning. And then we'll come back and we'll probably go to, again, probably around 3 or 4 if we can. All right. And then on Friday, I'll discuss with you the next week's schedule and kind of where we are in the timeline of this case. All right. So I'll try and keep you up to date as best I can in regards to the case. But like I said, there may be some unanticipated breaks here and there that we're going to have to take. So with that, we're going to return now to the Commonwealth's case. The Commonwealth had a witness on the stand at that time. I'm going to ask Ms. Sprague if you could recall that witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. We recall Patrick Clancy.
So you just heard there's going to be a field trip this Friday. I'm not sure how that's going to play into coverage. And Patrick Clancy getting ready to take the stand. Tim pointed out he's wearing a nice silk suit. It looks like it's back on.
I want you to watch this stuff.
Please raise your right hand. Please solemnly swear that the testimony that you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant, the bar shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Thank you. You may have a seat.
All right. Good morning, sir. All right. Ms. Sprague.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good
This
morning.
is ADA Jennifer Sprague.
So on Monday, I had asked you some questions about the Surface Pro that you and the defendant had in your home and had access to, and about whether you had looked at a site on suicide methods on August 22nd. If I could ask you, did you look at a site for suicide methods on August 23rd, 2022?
I don't believe so.
And I had also asked you on Monday about when you were leaving the home on the night of January 24th, 2023, your observations of Lindsay and the children. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you had testified that you observed Dawson on the couch eating, I believe you said chicken nuggets and green beans. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Do you recall, if you're facing the couch, where he was on the couch?
If I were facing the couch, he'd be to the right.
To the right, okay. And showing you a photograph of the living room where there are some bowls on the couch. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of how the couch looked that night?
Yeah.
We could have this photo marked as the next exhibit.
All right. Any objection?
No, of course not.
That may be admitted.
Now, as you're getting ready to leave the house to head out to get the takeout, did Lindsay say anything to you?
Nothing specific that I can recall, just other than maybe goodbye.
Do you recall something about discussing something about CVS with her?
Yeah.
Okay. And what did she say about CVS?
She wanted me to pick up some stool softener for Cora.
And she hadn't mentioned that earlier in the text, correct?
Yeah, I don't think so.
So as you're leaving, she asked you to make a second or another stop while you're out. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in response to that request, did you ask her to do something?
I don't remember.
I could show you page 77, lines 23 and 24, if you could just read those to yourself.
Yeah, I told her to text it to me, which she did.
I'm sorry, so that refresh your memory and
Yep.
asked her to text it to you?
Yep.
And did she do so?
She did.
And was that at approximately 5:15 p.m. that she texted PDLX?
Sounds correct.
So your two stops then that night were going to be CVS and the 3V restaurant, correct?
Yes.
Where did you go first?
CVS.
And do you remember the route that you took to get there?
Yeah, I went out our driveway, took a right on Winter Street, and then took a left on the main road and went to CVS.
So it's a pretty direct route from your house to CVS?
Yeah.
Here's the map. Just going to have you look at the screen, if you would, to a map. And coming into this red dot here, is that the approximate location of your home at 47 Summer Street?
Yeah.
And then looking at this pink dot here next to Big Y, is that where the CVS is located?
Yes.
And that's the CVS you went to that night?
Yes.
About how long did it take you to get there?
3 minutes.
And when you got to CVS, did you go inside?
Yes.
And what section did you go to in CVS?
I think it was pediatrics.
If we could pull up the CVS video. I'm going to ask you to look at the video here. Is that you entering the store?
Yeah.
Okay. And that section you head to on the right, is that the pediatric medication section?
Yeah.
Okay. And while you're in that section, looking for the medication, do you do something?
I called Lindsay
And why did you call Lindsay?
because what we were looking for wasn't there. The shelves were pretty empty. It was still during COVID.
It was, I'm sorry, what?
It was during COVID, so
Okay, so, and was that call at about approximately 5:33 p.m.?
yeah.
Okay. And then, did she answer the call?
Yes.
She answered when you called her?
Actually, I think she didn't at first. She called back.
Okay. And did you receive a call back from her about a minute later at 5:34 p.m.?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. And can you describe that phone call for us?
It was very brief. I just said, I think there was a generic brand, and I said, is this one okay? And she said, yeah, that's fine.
And what was her demeanor during the call?
She was pretty quiet. It sounded like she was busy. I remember hanging up thinking she's probably in the middle of giving baths or something like that.
So it sounded to you like she was in the middle of something?
Yeah.
Were you able to understand her when she spoke to you?
Yeah.
And did she seem to understand what you were saying?
Yes.
And she didn't seem to have any trouble recalling why you were at CVS or what you were looking for?
That's correct.
And did you, in fact, purchase some Pedialyte at CVS?
Yes.
Did you purchase anything else while you were there?
I bought a pack of Skittles.
Just showing you a receipt here from CVS. Does this appear to be an accurate description of what was purchased?
Yeah.
We could have the CVS receipt marked as the next exhibit, please.
All right. That may be admitted.
26. And then if we could have the original CVS video marked as an exhibit and the CVS timeline, a condensed version marked as the following exhibit.
The 27 and 28.
We have the original marked as 27, and the timeline is 28, please.
It's 26, 27, and 28 is the mark.
All right, thank you.
After you had made your purchases at CVS, where did you go next?
To 3V.
And do you remember the route you took to get there?
Yeah, I think I got on Route 3 South for just one exit, and then I got off and went straight to 3V.
And showing you the map again here on the screen. This green dot here on the bottom, is that where 3V restaurant is located?
Yeah.
Your Honor, I'd move to submit a copy, a digital copy of the map. We have it on the computer. I can make a hard copy.
All right. That may be admitted.
We can use empty case as a marker. Is it 29?
All right, thank you.
If you could pull up the 3V video, please. Now, sir, how long approximately did it take you to get from CVS to 3V?
Probably around 10 minutes.
And when you got to the 3V restaurant, did you go inside?
Yeah.
I'm just going to ask you to watch the video on screen. At 5:54:15 p.m., is that you coming in behind that other couple there?
Yeah.
And what are you doing at that point when you're looking at the bags?
I think I was looking for the bag with my name on it.
Do you recall what you're doing on your phone at that time?
I don't. It could be work related, it could be anything.
And the order that was listed under your name and phone number, correct?
I think Lindsay ordered it.
Right, but do you recall whose name it was under when you picked it up?
I don't recall specifically, but it could have been mine.
show you a receipt here from 3V Restaurant for Mediterranean Powerball and scallop and pork belly risotto. You could just look at the name and the number on the receipt.
Yeah, that's my name and my number.
So that's your phone number?
Yep.
Okay. So although the defendant called in the order, your name and phone number were given and were given accurately, is that correct?
Correct.
If we could have the 3V video marked as the next exhibit.
Sure. That may be admitted. Can I see counsel just very briefly?
All right, this is now the second sidebar since court began today. One was right out of the gates at basically 9 o'clock. Now 35 minutes after the hour. And what we're seeing here is Jennifer Sprague, the assistant district attorney, walking Patrick Clancy, the ex-husband of Lindsay Clancy, once again through the day of the murders. Now, Tommy Pope, who is a very seasoned prosecutor, who again prosecuted the infamous Susan Smith case, was on the show last night and made it clear that for the Commonwealth, that Patrick Clancy is a facts witness. In other words, just laying out exactly what happened from a factual standpoint. The day of the murders, she said goodbye to him is what he recalls. She wanted him to pick up stool softener. I asked her, he says, to text me what she needed. It was Pedialax. He goes to CVS, then 3V Restaurant. He's seen on surveillance video both. What's interesting is 3V is further than the restaurants he typically went to.
Subject to the court's order, that may be admitted.
He just asked the judge to
Sir,
redact.
after picking up the order at 3V, where did you go next?
Home.
And do you recall the route you took home?
Probably the same route, one exit on the highway, and then went home.
Okay. Do you recall approximately how long it took you to get home?
I would guess 10 to 12 minutes.
When you arrived home, where did you park?
In the driveway.
What type of car did you drive then?
A Chevy Silverado.
And was that a white pickup truck?
Yeah.
What kind of car did Lindsay drive then?
It was a Kia SUV.
And once you parked there, were both vehicles now in the driveway?
Yeah.
I'm going to show you a series of photographs of the exterior of your home. You could just look through them and tell me if they accurately reflect how your home looked on January 24th, 2023.
Yeah, these are accurate.
You could have these photographs of the exterior of the home front and back marked sequentially as the next exhibits.
They may be admitted. Thank you.
Sir, showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 32. Is this the front of your house with the main door?
Yes.
And then showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 33. Where is is this in relation to that main front door?
It's to the right.
And here, where the light is that a secondary entrance at the front of the house?
Yes.
And for the record, that's to the left of the garage.
Yep.
Showing you Exhibit 34. Can you tell us what portion of the house this is?
It's to the left of the front door.
So if I'm facing the front door, it's to the left, there's a fence there, is that correct? And Exhibit 35, is that more of that same fence on the left?
Yes.
And then showing you Exhibit 36, is this looking at your backyard from that left side area where the fence is?
Yeah.
And then Exhibit 37, can you tell us what we're seeing here?
This is the back of the house and the window where Lindsay jumped out.
And Exhibit 38, is that a more direct view of that back of the house?
Yeah.
And so the window you referenced about Lindsay, is it this upper right top window?
Yeah.
And what is behind that window?
Our bedroom.
And the window to the left there in the middle, what room is that window in?
That's the upstairs bathroom.
And then the top window on the far left, what room is that for?
That was Dawson's bedroom.
Dawson's. Okay. And then directly below the top right window, so the bottom far right window, what room is that window for?
The living room.
And then again, the middle window on the bottom level.
Downstairs bathroom.
And then that window on the far left there, is that the kitchen?
Yeah.
And on the far left of the photo where the sliding glass doors are, where does that lead into?
There's like a room off of the kitchen where there's a kitchen table.
When you got home and you parked your truck, how did you get into the home?
I went in through that side door.
The door that was to the left of the garage?
Yeah.
And what did you do once you got inside the home?
I started taking my boots off.
And did you have some bags with you from CVS and 3V?
Yeah.
Where did you place those?
On the kitchen island.
Show you a couple photos of that area where you came in. Just tell us if it accurately represents how that area looked on January 24th, please.
Yeah, that's accurate.
You could have these two photos marked as the next two exhibits, please.
They may be minute.
Exhibits 39 and 40. So we're showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 39. Can you tell us where the sliding glass doors are in this photograph?
They're to the left of the kitchen table.
So we have here the kitchen table, kind of in the center of the photograph, is that correct?
Yeah.
And so these are the sliding glass doors?
Yeah.
And where's the door that you came through?
To the right after the kitchen table.
Right here, next to the curtain?
Yeah.
And the door, when you're looking at the photo straight ahead, this door to the left of the mirror or the photo there, where does that lead?
The garage.
And then showing you Exhibit 40. Is that where you place the bags on the island in the kitchen?
Yeah.
When you came into the house and you were taking off your boots and putting things down, was there anything you noticed?
Yeah, the house is really quiet.
Is that unusual?
Yeah.
And when you realized it was really quiet, what did you do?
I called out
Who did you call out to?
everyone.
Did anyone answer?
No.
After you called out and no one answered, what did you do next?
I think I don't know the order, but I called down in the basement and no one answered. And then I called Lindsay to see if she was home because I looked out and I could see her car, but it's because it was dark and her car's black.
Okay, so when you say you called down to the basement, when you approached the basement door, do you remember if it was open or shut?
It was shut.
So did you open it and yell down?
Yeah,
And there was no response?
correct.
And showing you a photo here, is that a fair and accurate depiction of the stairway to the basement level?
Yeah.
We could have this marked as the next exhibit, please.
That may be admitted.
Do you recall when you opened the door to yell down whether the light was on or off?
Yeah, it was on, but Lindsay always left the light on.
And you said you called Lindsay, was that a phone call?
Yeah,
And was that at approximately 6:09 PM?
yeah,
And did she answer?
no.
After calling down the stairs to the basement, did you leave the door open or did you close it?
I don't remember.
Okay.
I would think I closed it because I always try to keep it closed. I'm not sure.
Okay. And so after you called Lindsay and didn't get a response, what did you do next?
I started checking upstairs.
And where did you check upstairs?
First, the bathroom. I thought maybe they were taking baths, but there's no one there.
And then where did you go?
The kids' bedrooms.
Was there anyone in the kids' bedrooms?
No.
And then did you go to your bedroom?
Yeah.
And were you able to get into your bedroom right away?
No, the door was locked, and that's when I knew something was wrong.
And when you realized the door was locked, did you have a way to unlock it?
Yeah, the previous owners, when they installed the doorknobs, had these like these little keys that they taped to the back of each door. So I got the one from Cora's room, and I started unlocking the knob.
And when you unlocked the door to your bedroom, did you go in?
Yeah.
And what did you see when you opened the door and went in?
I just saw blood everywhere, and the window is open.
And showing you here a photo, is this the bed in your bedroom?
Yeah.
Now, the way the bed is in this photo, kind of pulled away from the wall and slightly askew or at an angle, is that the way it was typically?
No.
And when you left the bedroom that day for the last time prior to coming home later that night, was the bed in that position?
I don't think so.
Could have this photo marked as the next
It
picture.
may be admitted.
And you said you saw the window, is that correct?
Yeah.
Was it open?
Yeah, there was wind blowing in.
Showing you a photo here. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of how the window looked?
Yeah.
Mark this the next exhibit, please.
That may be admitted.
Exhibit 43. Did you walk into the room and over to the window?
No.
How far into the room did you get?
Probably 1 or 2 steps, and then I immediately turned around and went outside.
And the blood that you saw, where was that located in the room?
It was everywhere. It was, it looked like it was sprayed almost with like a hose. And there was a huge puddle in the middle of the room, and it was sprayed all over pretty much every surface. I remember it was on the doorknob.
Okay. Showing you 3 photos. Do you recognize what's depicted there? And is that a fair and accurate depiction of how the room looked on January 24th, 2023?
Yeah.
We could have these photos, 3 photos marked as the next 3 exhibits.
They may be admitted.
So showing you what's been marked Exhibit 44. Is this the entrance to the room, looking into the room?
Yeah.
And then Exhibit 45, is this mirror to the right of that bureau we were just looking at?
Yep.
And this area right here, is this the blood you were referring to?
Yeah, that's some of the blood.
And then in Exhibit 46, is that getting closer to the window?
Yeah.
And is that more of the blood that you were talking about?
Yeah.
Going back to Exhibit 42, there's no blood on the walls or on the bedding, correct?
On those walls and the bedding, correct.
Sir, were you aware that the defendant's phone was found on the bed in the bedroom that night?
No.
They're showing you this phone with this light brown case. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Whose phone is it?
That was Lindsay's phone.
And is this the phone that she was consistently using between September of 2022 and, well, actually August of 2022 throughout the fall and into January of 2023?
Yeah.
You could have this marked as the next exhibit, please.
That may be admitted.
Exhibit 47. Sir, after making those observations in the bedroom, what did you do next?
I ran downstairs and went outside.
And do you recall whether you went out the front door or the back door?
I went out the back door.
So that would be the sliders, is that right?
Yeah.
And where did you go from there?
I just looked around in the backyard below that window and I saw Lindsay.
And where did you see her?
She was face up in the backyard.
And where in the backyard was she?
At the bottom of the window.
And so, looking at Exhibit 38, you said this was the window, correct, the top right?
Correct.
Where was she in relation to that window?
Directly below it.
So down here by the window well?
Yeah.
For the record, I was pointing right below the bottom right window by the window well. I'll show you a photo of that window you were referring to. Is this the exterior view of that window to your bedroom that night?
Yeah.
We could have this marked as an exhibit, please.
That may be admitted.
Exhibit 48. Showing you exhibit 48. So the window's open, correct?
Yes.
And the screen for the window is up, correct?
Yeah.
At any point in time that night or afterwards, did you notice that the screen was cut or broken in any way?
I didn't notice that, no.
And when you saw Lindsay on the ground there under the window, which direction was her body facing?
Her head was closer to the house. Her feet were away from the house.
Okay. And did you go to her?
Yeah.
And did you observe any injuries?
Yes.
And what did you see?
She had deep cuts on her wrists, and she had a red line across her neck. I wasn't sure what it was at first, but she cut her neck.
And do you recall that these wounds weren't actively bleeding at the time?
I later learned that I said that on the 911 call.
And when you observed these wounds, is it correct that the 911 operator asked you or instructed you to apply pressure if needed?
I don't recall the whole call, but I believe that's probably true.
Okay. And you didn't at the time feel the need to apply pressure to any of those wounds, correct?
Correct.
Did you say anything to Lindsay when you found her in that state?
Yeah, I said, what happened?
And what was her response?
She said, I tried to kill myself.
Did you ask her anything else?
I said, where are the kids?
And what was her response?
She said, they're in the basement.
And at that time, she didn't tell you that they needed help or they were in danger or they were injured, correct?
Correct.
And so you mentioned talking to someone on 911. At what point did you call 911?
I don't know the exact time, but it took a few minutes because my phone was switching between Wi-Fi and 911. So I almost just started calling out for the neighbors, but eventually it went through.
Okay. So you had some difficulty connecting, but eventually you connected to the 911 operator?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you stay on the phone with them while they were sending people to respond?
Yeah.
Okay. While you're on the phone with 911, are they asking you questions and you're responding with information about her condition?
Yeah.
Okay. And if you could just look at the screen here, is this the model of the first floor of your home?
Yes.
Okay. And so we have here the sliding glass doors. Where would the base door be in this model?
Directly below the stairs.
So now that it's flipped around, is this the door to the basement right here?
Yeah.
For the record, that's the door across from the downstairs bathroom.
Yeah.
And then, how long approximately, and I know you weren't looking at your watch or anything like that, but can you estimate for us how long it took for first responders to arrive?
4 or 5 minutes.
Okay. And during that time, are you continuing to try to talk to Lindsay?
Yeah.
Is she responding?
She's in and out of consciousness.
Okay. Was she breathing on her own?
I believe so.
Okay. And you're communicating information to the 911 operators, and are they giving you, advice on how to deal with the situation as it progresses?
Yeah.
Okay. Once emergency personnel arrive, what do?
I immediately got up and ran to the basement.
Okay. And do you still have the phone on you? You're still on the 911 call?
Yeah, I didn't realize it at the time, but I did.
Okay. And have you look at this model here on the screen. Is this a fair and accurate depiction of the setup of your basement?
Yeah.
Okay. If you can just describe the rooms for us, what the purpose of each room was?
So the room in the back left was my office. The room with the black rubber mat is the gym. And then there's the living room to the right of that. And then the back right is just an area of the living room, and then there's a bathroom next to that.
So when you come down those stairs that night, which direction did you go?
I immediately went left.
And when you went left, what did you see?
I saw Cora.
And how did she look?
She had a band around her neck.
And was that an exercise band?
Yeah.
And do you recall whether she was, what position she was in, whether face up or face down?
She's face down.
And when you saw her in that condition, what did you do?
I immediately ran over and tried to take the band off.
Were you able to get the band off?
Yeah.
And do you recall how you got the band off?
I think I untied it.
And when you say untied it, was it in a knot that you had to, put everything down and unknot it, or how was it tied?
I'm not sure I fully remember.
Do you recall describing it previously as when you initially tie your shoes but then don't do the bow?
Yeah, that sounds right.
And was she responsive?
No.
And what did you see or do next?
I saw Callan.
And where was he?
He was next to her.
And how did he appear?
He had a band around his neck.
Sorry?
He had a band around his neck.
And did you remove that as well?
Yeah.
And do you recall what position he was in?
Same as Cora.
And looking at the model here, if you could just tell us, where was Cora?
The left of the couch.
So would that be this area here that I'm pointing to in between the bureau and the couch?
Yeah.
And where was Callan?
To her left.
So would that be more over here towards the chair and the bureau?
Yeah.
After you removed the band from Callan's neck, what did you do next?
I tried to find Dawson.
And where did you go?
I looked in the bathroom and on the other side of the couch, and then I went to the other side of the basement, and he was in my office.
And when you saw Dawson, what condition was he in?
I knew he was gone.
And did he also have a band around his neck?
Yeah.
And did you remove that band?
Yeah.
And looking at the office here, where was he located within the office?
Just to the left of the door when you went in.
Just in this area here, right inside the door?
Yeah.
If we may approach briefly.
Yeah, please.
It's about as heavy testimony as you will get at any trial, murder or otherwise. This is the ex-husband of Lindsay Clancy being asked questions about the day of his own 3 children's murder and being asked detailed questions about it as they stop for a quick sidebar and are back now.
Now, after finding Dawson and taking off the band, what happened next?
I think I was back and forth. I think I went to try to help Cora.
Did you try to give her CPR?
Yeah.
At some point in time, do the first responders make their way down to the basement?
Yeah.
And do they take over care of the children?
Yeah.
Where do you go?
They sent me upstairs.
Okay. And at this point, Your Honor, I'd move to submit the 911 call as the next exhibit.
That may be allowed pursuant to the earlier order.
911's coming in. We will not hear this. This is part of what is being suppressed from the public, but not from Patrick, who's going to have to relive this now. And a fascinating comment here by the COE. They, meaning she and Lindsay, went to school together.
Cora, Dawson, and Callan removed from the home and taken to a hospital.
Yeah.
Was that Beth Israel Deaconess in Plymouth?
Yeah.
Did you also go to that location?
Yeah.
And at the hospital, were you able to see your children?
Yeah.
And was Callan then transported to Children's Hospital?
Yeah.
Did anyone ever tell you not to leave your kids alone with Lindsay?
No.
In January of 2023, did Lindsay ever tell you that she wanted to harm your children?
No.
Did she ever tell you she was going to kill your children?
No.
Did you receive, a few days after this happened, did you receive a phone call from the defendant while she was at Brigham and Women's Hospital?
I think it was like a week or so after, yeah.
And what did the defendant say at that time about what had happened with the children?
She didn't talk about our kids. She talked about what she went through.
And what did she say about what she went through?
She said she heard a man's voice telling her that if she didn't do it now, she would lose her chance or something like that.
And did she also tell you that she had had a moment of psychosis?
I don't recall.
Did she mention the children at all during that call?
I don't think so. I mean, not directly.
Had she ever mentioned psychosis to you before?
No, I didn't know what psychosis was until after this happened.
Did she ever tell you she was hearing a man's voice before?
No.
If I may have a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
I have no further questions for this witness.
All
I
right.
just have exhibits
All right.
after.
Counsel, can I see you just briefly, sidebar?
How he's able to do this, I'm not sure, but that takes some superhuman strength. This is perhaps the most important part of this entire exchange that we just heard, and that is Jennifer Sprague of the district attorney's office asking about the voice that Lindsay Clancy had heard, and Patrick Clancy responds, she had heard a man's voice, or this is according to Jennifer Sprague, that she heard a man's voice, and if I didn't do it now, I would lose my chance. That's according to what Lindsay Clancy told people. I heard a man's voice, and if I didn't do it now, I would lose the chance. So clearly, they're in some sort of psychotic
The
state.
witness could be
All right,
excused.
so you can be excused, subject to recall at a later point today. Thank you, sir.
Patrick Clancy excused. That was about an hour and 10 minutes in total. He looks relieved. That has got to be damaging and damning all at the same time. Kevin
At
Reddington.
this point, I would move to submit some evidence. First,
So evidence is coming in.
Cora Clancy was wearing the night of January 24th, 2023.
Oh boy, we're going to see clothes, children's clothes now, it looks like.
First, the pajama pants. Pajama shirt.
Kevin Reddington's body language is interesting, the defense attorney.
And then the pink robe. We could have these marked as one exhibit.
They may be admitted. Thank you.
And then Dawson's clothing. We have dinosaur underwear for the record. And a gray t-shirt or shirt, long sleeve shirt. Have this as the next exhibit, please.
That may be admitted.
And then Helen's pajamas. As the next exhibit, please.
That may be admitted.
Lindsay Clancy
Yellow
appears.
exercise band found with Dawson. Can I have this as the next exhibit, please?
That may be admitted.
Black exercise band found with Cora. Grab this as the next exhibit, please.
That may,
Lindsay cannot watch.
And then the blue exercise band found with Callan. We could have this as the next exhibit, please.
that may be admitted.
ask that the 911 call be played.
All right. All right. Members of the jury, I just kind of wanted to give you, sometimes in a trial, evidence that is introduced that produces in jurors an emotional response. For example, it's understandable to feel sympathy and empathy when you hear or see certain evidence. But as jurors who have taken an oath to follow the law, I'm instructing you that the law says you must separate any emotional reaction on your part from the informational value and weight of the evidence. You must not be influenced in any way by the unpleasant nature of some of the evidence, including testimony, including exhibits. And so you must find the facts in this case based only on the evidence. And so you can't find facts or base your decision on sympathy, anger, passion, or prejudice or pity for or against either side. Rather, your verdict must be based solely on the evidence that is introduced in this case and my instructions and any other limiting instructions. And I'll go into that, but I just kind of wanted to remind you of that as we go through this. All right, at this point, we're going to play the exhibit, which is, I believe, the 911 call. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I want to remind everyone that there is a order entered by the court regarding this matter. It's not to be recorded, it's not to be broadcast, and it's not to be reproduced in any way, subject to any sanctions that would go along with the violation of that court order. So I just kind of remind everybody that order applies to the media and applies to the public. So I just kind of wanted to remind everybody in regards to that. So with that, Commonwealth?
Just want to remind everyone, we are not going to hear this. This is suppressed from the public. They're listening to it. We will not hear this. So if you're not hearing something and you're wondering why, that is why. She is absolutely sobbing here. This is not feigned emotion. That is Lindsay Clancy uncontrollably sobbing it as she is listening. We are not, but she is listening to the 911 call. The juxtaposition of these two reactions is unreal. With the court officer in the background, this might be the most difficult thing that I've ever seen inside a courtroom.
Jurors, close your notebooks, place them on the chairs. Follow me, please.
Jurors have exited the courtroom. Court's in session. Please be seated.
We'll be in recess at this time.
Thank you.
Court, all rise.
Court in recess, please exit the courtroom. Clear out the courtroom, please. Thank you.
Some of the most difficult and powerful images coming out of a courtroom that I have ever seen right there. Even the court officers looked a little stunned and shocked and not exactly sure what to do. Usually the defendant is just handcuffed and whisked away. Here, the court officers were kind of looking at each other almost like, what do we do in this situation? But as this 911 call was played and muted for the public, Lindsay Clancy clearly broke down. I do not think that those were crocodile tears. She had her hands covering her face, but she was sobbing. Kevin Reddington was just sort of looking ahead. He gives the impression and has said as much that he feels this was prosecutorial overreach by a mile and that this woman should be in a psych hospital. When she broke down, he looked upset, but he also looked angry and irritated. And as this crying was happening and the 911 call had been played, it was obvious and it was clear that it was time for a break. So the bailiff in the courthouse, in the courtroom, said, put your notebooks down. And the judge informed everyone that they would be on a break. Typically, it would be about 33 minutes from now at 11 Eastern. It is 10:27 in Plymouth, Massachusetts right now. They are breaking early, and I assume we'll be back at about 11 o'clock in a half hour. Let me just take us through what we witnessed this morning with Patrick Clancy on the stand for the better part of just about an hour or so. Tim Jansen was in the courtroom, and he's going to try to step outside and join us. I believe he heard the 911 call, so he'll be able to at least report about what it was like for him to hear that. We learned today that on Friday, jurors will be taking a field trip. And after that, questioning started. This is Jennifer Sprague, the assistant district attorney, questioning ex-husband Patrick Clancy, who's now off the stand. On August 23rd of 2022, she asked, did you look at a site for self-unaliving methods? He said no. I'll be honest, I'm not sure what the point of that question was, unless they have information that they were looking at that, but he said they did not. I do see Tim back there. Tim, flip that phone around so we got you the right way when you can. They went through the day of the murder. She said goodbye. She wanted me to pick up a stool softener for the kids, he says. Let me see if we can get Tim in here right now. Tim Jansen. Tim, you have me?
I have you.
I got to tell you, watching this on TV, that was some of the most difficult images I've ever seen come out of a courtroom there at the end of the day, the end of the morning session here, with her sobbing. What was it like being in there just now?
I tell you, today it started off very riveting. He came in, Patrick came in. I saw him when he left. I think he was having a panic attack. He was breathing heavy. He looked like he was about to collapse. He walked right by me. His lawyer got up. They walked out. The victim witness coordinator was right there. I've seen people having heart attacks. He was having a panic attack when he left the stand. The 911 call, I don't know if they played that to you all. Did you hear that, or they did not play it for
No,
you?
we cannot hear it. So I assume you did hear it. What was?
Let me
the call
say
like?
something. That 911 call was the most dramatic, riveting. There were journalists coming out of the courtroom in tears after hearing the 911 call. The husband, Patrick, was great, trying to save Lindsay, give medical care, and he was doing the best he could. And he was talking to 911. He was trying to help her, try to keep her awake. And all of a sudden, the paramedics show up. You can hear the ambulance. And then all of a sudden, he goes in the house, and then you hear screaming, uncontrollable screaming. The man had just seen his kids with bands around him. He yelled, "She killed my kids," to the 911. The 911 caller was like, "Oh my God, oh my God." It was so traumatic that the judge immediately called a recess. He gave a curative instruction before he played it. I think he knew how emotional it was going to be. It was as emotional and traumatic as I've ever seen in a courtroom in 41 years. The poor man had to relive this testifying again today. And thankfully, they didn't play the 911 while he was still in the courtroom. They removed him. They introduced some bands and some clothing, but thankfully, they didn't make him listen to it and relive that 911 call. It was absolutely devastating, traumatic. And I think everybody in the courtroom will never forget what they just heard.
Tim, there's no one more seasoned than you when it comes to being inside of a courtroom as a criminal defense attorney and former federal prosecutor, but I can hear it in your voice that this has shook you or shaken you. I mean, you just alluded to the fact, but have you ever heard anything like what you just heard, I mean, will this forever be seared in your own mind now?
I've seen murder cases. I've gone to crime scenes. You've never seen the genuine empathy and pain you have for those kids and for that husband. It was just horrible. It's absolutely horrible. I don't think I'll ever forget it. I don't know how this jury can forget what they just heard. I don't think any curative instruction is going to erase what they just heard. It was riveting, and it's so painful.
Yeah. The judge gave a very specific instruction, as Tim said, prior to the 911 call being played, telling the jurors that at times things get emotional in a courtroom. And he said, you must separate emotion from the factual aspect. Is that even possible here, Tim, do you think?
If you, I know you didn't hear it, but you sitting there hearing his reaction when he sees his children with bands, he's screaming uncontrollable. A father that can't take care of his kids has lost his kids. He doesn't know for sure, but he believes he did because he said, she murdered my kids. As a parent, as a father, as a human being, he displayed every emotion that a human being would. And it's terrible. It's absolutely terrible to listen to. It's going to be hard for this jury to set this aside. Kevin's going to have a hard time getting back on this. Other than the 911 call, another thing that happened was there was no cross-examination of Patrick by Kevin. He didn't even do any cross-examination. He's planning on calling him in his case, so there was no need to do it.
No, that I was going to ask you about that. Yeah, he was excused. I want to get back to Patrick's state of mind when he was leaving. I just want to set this up leading up to the 911 call. So he finds, he comes home to a quiet house, and he says he eventually makes his way up to the bedroom where he sees this blood everywhere. He said it was like almost sprayed with a hose, which gives you a very graphic image. He notices the window open, so he goes to that point outside, and she's right below the window, face up, I believe he says. And he says, what happened?
Her head was towards the house, feet. When they showed pictures of the blood, there was two large puddles of blood right next to the window. I mean, these are large puddles of blood. And it appeared she moved the bed somehow closer to the window. And it almost looked like, how did she get out that window? The bed and the bed headboard was kind of blocking the window. But there was large puddles of blood right by the window where she must have cut her neck at that point. Just tragic. And when he left, because I was sitting in the first row, he had to walk right by me. He was breathing so heavy, I believe he was suffering a panic attack when he left. I know that the victim witness coordinator, I know the deputy was there, and his lawyer was sitting 2 seats next to me. They walked him out. He did not look in good shape.
Tell us a little more. So he's breathing heavy. I mean, a lot of times if you have a panic attack,
Right.
it is tough to gain get your breath. I mean, he was very self-controlled during the entire testimony that he provided. But toward the end there, Tim, I mean, he's being shown image after image. He's being essentially taken back to the crime scene through these images, and it had to just destroy him. But he says when he went into the basement, he's like, I went downstairs, I made a left in the basement, and immediately I see Cora, that's his oldest daughter, 5 years old, an exercise band around her neck, face down. I ran over and took the band off. I untied it. Not sure I fully remember how I even did that. She was not responsive. Callan was next to her. Same situation, face down. And then I tried to find Dawson, and he was in my
bathroom.
office. Yeah, in the office, he says. And he says, I knew he was gone. Take us back to the 911 call. I mean, how does it start compared to how that 911 call finishes? I mean, is he relatively or somewhat calm at the beginning, or does it start off frantic?
Well, he calls 911. He testified he tried to call a neighbor, but he couldn't get internet. So he called 911 and basically says she tried to commit suicide. She's in the backyard. The 911 operator was very experienced. He was walking her. Where is she? Was she bleeding? Is there any weapons? He's kind of telling her what to do. He was good. He was experienced, knew what he was doing, kept him on the line until paramedics got there, and he was still on the line. And he did well. Patrick did well helping his wife. He gave the information he needed to. He was with her. He tried to soothe her. He tried to keep her awake. He was calling her Linz, stay awake, stay awake. Can you? And so he was doing a wonderful job getting 911. And then when the paramedics got there, we didn't hear on the 911 her say they're in the basement, but you could see there was a transition of movement into the house. So then he goes into the house. There's a slight delay, a few seconds, and then there's the uncontrollable reactions of Patrick. It was so heart-wrenching, gut-wrenching. I still feel it right now. I feel for that man, what he saw, what happened to his kids. And it was a genuine, uncontrollable helplessness. He had he couldn't help his kids as a father, and he'd seen what his wife had done to his kids. It's tragic. And it's just, it was a volatile 911 call, the second part.
For those who don't know, Tim has, and there are some medics going in now.
Hey, made
Tim.
some medics are coming by to the state attorney's office. I believe when I saw Patrick, I think he had a panic attack. He was breathing heavily, walking quickly, and he couldn't control his breathing. And he walked right by me, and I could sense he was in trouble. And now paramedics have just walked by, so I hope he's okay.
Wow. We are watching this all live on Surviving the Survivor. There is a short break in court right now after very difficult testimony this morning from the ex-husband, essentially reliving the murder of his 3 children. And Tim Jansen, who's a well-known criminal defense attorney and former federal prosecutor, and a girl dad of 2 girls who he is incredibly close with and tight with. And I think that's why it's hitting home so hard for Tim. But he talked about how hard this was for Patrick Clancy. And when Patrick left, according to Tim, it appeared he had a panic attack. And just now, while Tim was on air, a crew of EMTs just walked past him into the state attorney's office. So we believe they're attending to Patrick Clancy, which is about as dramatic as it gets. And obviously, none of this is being faked. None of this is being put on for dramatic purposes. Lindsay Clancy was completely broken down, which I'm going to get to because some people accused her of having crocodile tears, which I definitely do not think is the case. But let me just walk us through this. And Tim, if you hear anything about Patrick and if that was in fact EMT responding to Patrick, let us know. But as soon as he goes through all this, Jennifer Sprague with the assistant with the DA's office, the assistant DA, asks Patrick toward the very end of this line of questioning, did anyone tell you not to leave her alone with children? And he says, no one ever told me that. And then we find out, Tim, this is according to the ADA, she heard a man's voice, and that voice said, if you don't do it now, you would lose your chance. I'm curious, what was that like to hear that in court? But it also supports the psychosis theory, Tim.
Well, I think what the Commonwealth is trying to prove is that while she was undergoing life and death, and there's an exception for hearsay, when you're dying, you give dying declarations, that it's reliable. So she asked Mr. Clancy, did she say anything about hearing voices? And he said no. So that kind of undercuts, or may undercut, her defense that she heard voices, because she didn't mention that while she was dying declaration. She just said the kids are in the basement. And then there was some conversation about her at the hospital. She was asked, she called him a couple days later, never mentions the kids, never asked about the kids, and mentions what she was going through. So it's so puzzling, riveting. every time you take one step forward, you go two steps back. We really don't know, but I know that I thank God that the prosecutors played the 911 after Patrick left the courtroom.
Yeah, 100%. The line of questioning goes on for a short time after that. The assistant district attorney asked, was this a moment of psychosis? He says, I don't recall. And then he says, I didn't even know what psychosis was until after all this happened. So obviously, he's a lay person. He's a father. He's a works for Microsoft. He did not know. As you said, though, Patrick is then dismissed, let off the stand, and not cross-examined. I thought that Kevin Reddington's body language, and I don't know if you caught this at all, Tim, but his body language, he looks Brockton angry. There's a part of him where I can tell he feels like this case should not be prosecuted at all. She should be in a psych hospital. Did you get that Did you get that feeling at all?
So I talked to him this morning. I told him, I said, I thought your opening was brilliant. He thanked me, and then he asked me if I knew a lawyer in Orlando he tried a couple federal cases with. We talked, but he's a seasoned lawyer. I mean, he walked in that courtroom and he can be jovial. He can respond to people. He's not one of those lawyers like he's so consumed that he can't be affable, can't talk to people. He smiles at people, but he's experienced, and you can't beat experience. He knows what he's up against, and he knows his defense. And I'm sure he's ready for everything the Commonwealth has put forth. And it's going to be my concern, we're going to get a hung jury. That's my personal opinion. And I believe there's going to be strong people on one side, strong people on the other. Some are going to say, I'm not going to convict her. Some say, I'm not going to let her go. So I think we're going to get a hung jury. That's just a prediction right now.
Yeah. Do you think she'd be re-prosecuted with a hung jury?
I think they'll wait and see what state attorney will find out what the jury makeup was. If it's 11-1 to convict, they'll probably retry it. But if it's 6-6 or 5-7 to convict, I think he needs to re-examine the position, maybe work out some kind of resolution outside of a trial.
Now, obviously, one of the most important aspects of this, if not the most important aspect, jurors. During that 911 call, what was their reaction? How are they handling it?
Well, I'll tell you, I could sense the jury when it got to January 24th. They were on the front of their seats, listening to everything, writing notes down. They were showing him going to the CVS, showing him going into the restaurant, picking the food up and the mash.
Sir, that's off. You're in the courthouse.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know he can't.
You're in violation.
That is Tim being told. I don't think Tim knew that, by the way, but that interview with Tim just ended quickly, and I don't think Tim realized he cannot be there. I guess he has to be outside. So hopefully he is not reprimanded too badly. I've been in that position. That's not fun. I'm sure Tim had zero idea, and he was coming to us from there yesterday. But what I picked up on this is this was such powerful testimony, and the 911 call was so powerful that Tim Jansen, who's been a criminal defense attorney and a federal prosecutor for 41 years, you could hear it in his voice. He was trying to keep it together. He was trying to hold it together and not break down himself. Tim is incredibly close with his two daughters. I had the privilege, and the COE had the privilege of being invited to his daughter's wedding, one of the most, if not the nicest wedding I have ever been to. And this is, I don't think there's a cliche I hate more, but I will use it. This is a parent's worst nightmare. It really is. Not only losing your children, but not being able as a father to help, just being utterly helpless. And I think that's what that's what the courtroom heard on the 911 call, not what we heard, because it is being suppressed from us. But according to Tim, it ran the gamut, but you heard Patrick literally screaming, "She murdered my children. She murdered my children." And you could tell from the way Tim described it, that Patrick Clancy, could not control anything. COE, I did take a time code at 1:28:21, about 20 minutes ago. That is when Lindsay Clancy is appearing to be hysterically crying. We should, for later on, cut a piece of that for sure. Tim is doing remarkable work, so shout out to Tim. And Tim is a great guy. If you never met Tim, which most of you have not, he's what you see is what you get. Just a genuinely good guy, and I kid with him that he is the mayor of Tallahassee because he has had such a long career there and knows everyone. So I call him the mayor. You cannot go 5 steps. I went to an FSU football game with Tim. You cannot take 5 steps in Tallahassee without someone coming up to Tim and or his wife, Steph, who is beautiful and awesome. And they're just an amazing couple. And I can tell how shook and shaken he is from this testimony today. I have not been in courtrooms as much as Tim, not even close. And I've only been covering true crime for about 3 years or so. But of all the trials that I've watched in that time, and then, of course, documentaries and things of that nature, I cannot recall a moment as powerful as the moments we saw today with Patrick Clancy on the witness stand. Now, you also heard Tim say something incredibly interesting, and I sort of picked up on this when he was dismissed and walked out of the witness box back into the gallery to leave. You could see he was struggling. He had literally just relived the night of his children's murders in great detail, and he was having a hard time. I could see it, just breathing. And Tim came out, and one of the first things he said, if not the first thing, was that Patrick Clancy had what he believes was a panic attack. And then during Tim's live report just now, behind Tim, you saw a whole bunch of EMT and EMS workers coming in. I didn't see a stretcher, but you could see them sort of rushing in. And Tim said that they were headed to the state attorney's office in the courthouse, presumably, we don't know this for sure, but presumably to help Patrick Clancy, who obviously is traumatized and re-traumatized. So again, this is as heavy gets. It is brutal, but at the same time, it's unbelievably interesting from the perspective of a person in the public, from the perspective of a journalist, I'm sure from the perspective of a juror. I just pray that these jurors are going to be okay. They were warned about this, but I don't care how a judge warns any jury. You cannot be prepared for what they are hearing and seeing during this trial. And to be honest, to survive, there needs to be some sort of either deliberate or subconscious cognitive dissonance. Like, I do not allow myself somehow, I don't know how, but I can't allow myself to really go there because if I do, and I think of my own children, I will not be able to sit here and host Surviving the Survivor. So on that note, we have about 8 or 9 minutes before court is supposed to come back into session. Assuming that happens, which it should, they might have to take a little extra time if Patrick Clancy is having difficulty, but they should come back into session in about 8 or 9 minutes. I just want to thank, I was just going to do this, so thank you to Deb in Indiana. Thanks to Tim for his compassion and reporting to us. Not everyone has a reporter on the ground. We happen to have one there. COE, I came up with a little bit of a nutty and crazy idea, which, I don't like to keep secrets. I'm very transparent on Surviving the Survivor, the good, the bad, the ugly, the weird, but I had a thought. I don't know if I can pull it off. I really don't, and I probably can't, but I was, COE is going to be like, what the hell are you saying this for? But this is how we roll at STS. I had the thought of maybe going up to Plymouth next week in person. It won't be nearly as dramatic as this, or maybe going toward closing. So what happens when I sit in a office alone with my mushroom coffee gone and my mind at work? Um, this is really heavy stuff, everybody. So take care of yourselves. I'm gonna take about a 5-7 minute break myself right now, just to decompress, and then let's all meet back here. It should be in 8 minutes, roughly, that court resumes. And listen, no matter what side of this you're on, whether you think it was deliberate, you can't stand this woman, or whether your heart is broken for her and believe that she should just be in a psychiatric hospital. And for full disclosure, I am definitely leaning towards the latter personally, but what I think does not matter, and I typically don't share it. But in this case, I'm going to tell you, that's how I feel. You can't help the way someone feels, but if you feel completely opposite of how I feel, um, no matter which way you're feeling, let's just try to be understanding of how the other side is handling this, and just try to keep things in check, because if emotions get out of hand, it can get pretty ugly. I still have absolutely no idea what the hell a jewel is and how it's different than a super chat, but thank you for the 440 jewels. I will go check on Tim right now, and I'm going to bounce myself out, and I'm here. I'll be back in 5-6 minutes for testimony, which should resume. And when it does, it should resume for about 2 hours till 1 o'clock Eastern time. So I'll see you in just a couple minutes. Be kind to each other. Be kind. Rewind. If you know, you know. What's up, STS Nation? 11:23 on the East Coast. Court was supposed to resume 23 minutes ago. No luck so far. Y'all saw my interview with Tim Jansen, who was doing us a big favor over at Surviving the Survivor. Just got off the phone with Tim. Tim, who is an attorney and a federal prosecutor and not a member of the media, had no idea he was not supposed to be in the courthouse. Talking to us. He thought it was fine to be in the hallway. If you've ever watched me do coverage, most notably from Sarah Boone, most recently, well, maybe not most recently, but I did a lot of reporting in the hallways of the courtroom there. It was allowed. I think Tim assumed it was okay. Clearly, he found out it was not okay, and he was asked to leave the courthouse, which he was planning to do anyway. Because he had some obligations this afternoon. But Tim is coming back on the show for a wrap-up show at 5 p.m. Eastern time tonight. And I am still deliberating with the COE about how to move forward with this trial. And I am toying with maybe going up there, not next week, but maybe when Patrick takes the stand again. But the COE and I will figure that out. But Tim was explaining to us that after Patrick Clancy provided his testimony this morning, he looked very, very, very shaken up. Frankie Figgs letting us know that Lindsay is back in the courtroom. Good to see Frankie Figgs, man. Our mods do it all. They're important. And haven't seen Frankie in a while. So, Frankie, great to see you. And thank you for modding and keeping things in order. But Tim Jansen was telling us, I know, but I haven't seen her. I haven't seen the name. I don't know if I'm blind. I mean, I obviously know Frankie, but I haven't seen her every day. So thank you, Frankie. And I'm a little slow, so I don't always see everyone and everything. So again, thank you to Frankie. Tim was saying that Patrick Clancy, who essentially relived everything, people are asking, can Tim return to court or completely banned? I don't know how clear that was, but Tim himself was not going to be able to really come back to do reporting because he is full-time attorneying and full-time helping out his wife on the Cape. So this was just a loss for Patrick Clancy. Will I report from there? Maybe.
All right. Counsel,
We are back
sidebar,
now.
please.
With an immediate sidebar. Kevin Reddington, again, from Brockton, Massachusetts. A lot of professional fighters came out of Brockton, Mass, and he's got that fighter's look to him. Tim also said what a great guy he is, and he's been talking to Kevin Reddington. And tonight we might have Joe Krowski on, who's from Brockton and practices there as well, and I'm sure knows Kevin incredibly well. But we're trying to get together our wrap-up show for 5 Eastern time. But Tim was visibly, on top of everything else, also really shaken up. Tim has 2 daughters, and just hearing the testimony alone about the murder of these 3 children had him basically tearing up at one point. So it was a rough day all around, and a bit of a rough day for STS as it relates to Tim. But Tim is a seasoned criminal defense attorney and federal prosecutor, and I don't think he's overly concerned and certainly did not understand the courtroom system, which most media people, generally know a lot better than lawyers and federal prosecutors, which is what Tim is. So the jurors are not back in yet. Lindsay Clancy is back inside the courtroom, so proceedings are going to get going here. I'm interested to see who this next witness is. The first witness over 2 days has been Patrick Clancy, the ex-husband of Lindsay Clancy. Out of the chapter of This Is a Small World, it turns out that the COE knows someone who actually was very close with Lindsay Clancy and described her as an amazing mother. I'm sort of quietly working on that to see if that person who knows Lindsay might be willing to talk to us at Surviving the Survivor to give us a little context on her relationship with her kids prior to all of this. Again, said to be an amazing mother, and what a small world that the COE knows someone who knows her well enough that she was in her wedding. She was in Lindsay Clancy's wedding. So that's kind of crazy. This 911 call was unbelievably haunting, according to Tim. We couldn't hear it out here, but Tim heard it in there and said it was Patrick Clancy essentially screaming that his wife had murdered his children. So that was incredibly jarring to hear. We went on break at around 10:30. It is now about 11:30. So it's been an hour break now, a longer break. This judge is handling this whole situation very delicately because this has been incredibly difficult, I think, on Patrick Clancy, on his family, on Lindsay Clancy, her family, no matter what you think of her, and obviously the jurors who are listening to this. Tim, by the way, also predicted a hung jury, and we could very well be headed in that direction. And then Tim said it would depend on the information that the DA would get back. In other words, if it was 11 jurors in favor of convicting, they would probably retry the case. But if it was 6 and 6 or something along those lines, then maybe the prosecution would try to work something out where they don't have to relitigate this case. But Kevin Reddington looks annoyed, perturbed.
And I'll address the scheduling with counsel. All right, so about a 5-minute recess.
Now another 5-minute recess now. Another 5-minute recess here. So 11:30 to 11:35. And I'm not exactly sure what the holdup here is. Ms. Colleen says this trial is going to be 2 months, but if you really break it down, I don't think it's going to last nearly that long. Some people, others have said 2 to 3 weeks. They always say it's going to be much longer, and they have said it's going to be 6 to 8 weeks. But I can't imagine that. Why another 5-minute break? Someone said that they want Lindsay Clancy potentially to be a little bit more composed. When that 911 call was played, you could see Lindsay Clancy just clutching her face, covering her face, and appearing to be sobbing. Some people said crocodile tears. I do not think that those were crocodile tears. I think she was actually devastated, broken down, and hysterically crying. And I think that 911 call obviously brought back everything in sort of one fell swoop for her. There is a still shot of her with her head in her hands, and she was visibly kind of moving back and forth. You could see the breathing was heavier. You could see, her lungs in and out. She was sobbing. She was having a tough time. Someone says, I think Lindsay needs to testify. Someone yesterday said there's nothing to lose with Lindsay testifying. I don't know how true that is. Again, you see there, Lindsay Clancy is holding Kevin Reddington's hand. I'm sure he's a sweetheart of a guy, and that's what Tim said, even though he's got kind of a gruff exterior. But at the end, when she was crying, he was consoling her. He was kind of, giving her like a little tap, touch, feel on the back of the neck, on the nape of the neck to comfort her. And I think, as the COE says here, let's all remember this is a trial about 3 little kids, Cora 5 years old, Dawson 3 years old, and little Callan only 8 months old. Marsha Petersburg with a funny comment that Tim is her crush. Appreciate the super chat there. We're now again in just on a short 5-minute break, and I am looking through some of my notes here. I mean, the other part of the morning that was just incredibly difficult, and luckily Patrick was already out of the witness box at this point, but the DA, the ADA showed evidence, and that evidence included Cora's PJs and her pink robe, Dawson's dinosaur underwear and gray t-shirt, and little Callan, only 8 months old, his red PJs. And she also brought out the exercise bands used to take their lives, and all of that. All of this, I mean, every part of this is just so heavy. It's just really difficult all around. This is a very, very difficult trial here. Just a very difficult trial. I can't overstate it enough right now. And we are now waiting to see who the next witness will be. I'm curious of STS Nation. I'm going to scroll to the bottom here. Shout out to Chrissy, who is a new member. Let us know. I don't have a witness list in front of me, so I have no idea. Joel, I texted you a transcript. Let me see what this is. Okay. We have a transcript that I will take a look at some point. Miss Colleen, I agree the DA went too far, and a lot of emotions in the trial for sure. Undoubtedly, a very emotionally driven trial here. The question is, what are the jurors thinking right now? We have no idea. It's a jury panel of 18, 12 women, 6 men, and 6 of those will be alternates, but they will not learn who the alternates are until the end of testimony. Not until they go into the jury deliberation room will they know who the alternates are. So the 18 jurors are all actively watching and listening, and they were said to be sitting on the edge of their seats. Mods need extra thanks. Can't agree with this more. They have their work cut out for them in this chat for sure. The mods are amazing at STS. They do it voluntarily, and we appreciate what they do very much. So again, we are just waiting now for court to reconvene, and it should have happened a minute ago. Also, we learned that this Friday, there's going to be a field trip to the house in Duxbury, Massachusetts. And it's important to note the house is basically, from what we understand, completely changed. There's a new family living in there. That's a whole other issue. Could you move into a house with children, which I believe this family has, into a house where 3 children were murdered? I will tell you my answer: no. I cannot move into a house if any serious crime happened in that house. Not a chance. I'm way too superstitious and weird about that stuff, so I am not moving in. No chance at all. But nonetheless, the jurors are going to go on a field trip on Friday. I have no idea how that's going to play out. I'm sure they're not bringing cameras to that, so I'm sure we're not going to see that. I'm sure there's just going to be a break in the action until they get back, and then I guess court will restart once they're back from this field trip. But right now, just to recap, it was very, very heavy testimony this morning. Patrick Clancy, the ex-husband of Lindsay Clancy, was on the stand for about an hour, and then they went through the 911 call and then a break, and we are waiting to get back. Now, the COE, we have a transcript of the 911 call, and we'll discuss it with sensitivity. We are doing a recap show at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time today that Meave Moen is working on. And we will take a quick break here ourselves. I'm going to bounce myself out just to grab a cup of water, and court should resume any second, and I will be here for that.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the file of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy.
And we're
All parties
back.
are present, including the defendant.
All right. Counsel, is the Commonwealth ready to call another witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Before we do that, can I see the sidebar?
And without further ado, another sidebar. So there was an AM break, much longer than anticipated, well over an hour. Then they came back and took a 5-minute break. Some said so Lindsay Clancy could be composed. And now the judge just asked if they are ready for their next witness. The Commonwealth said yes, and now the judge has been the one calling the sidebars. I think he's just taking incredible care to make sure everything is on track and okay and copacetic. So here we go again.
Wait a minute, it says, after we bring the jury in, are you ready to call your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Which ones do you want? All the exhibits are in that box. The prescription bottles are right here. Do you need those?
Court, all rise. Jurors enter. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and the 18 jurors.
All right. Members of the jury, thank you for your patience with us. With that, Commonwealth, we would call your next witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth calls Angela Kraus.
Angela Kraus is the next witness. Lindsay Clancy has put on glasses and looks composed now.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury that I have not found between the Commonwealth and the defendant shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Why don't you step right here, please?
Hey, good morning.
Good morning, how are
I'm
you?
going to ask you to keep your voice up and speak into that microphone, please.
Okay,
All right, thank you. Commonwealth.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
good morning.
Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
It's Angela Kraus. It's Angela Krause,
And your date of birth, please.
5/1977,
Where do you work?
CVS Pharmacy,
And at which location?
Kingston,
And do you know the address of that location?
189 Summer Street.
And how long have you worked there?
4 years at that location.
And what is your role there?
General manager
How long have you been the general manager?
for CVS,
For CVS, yes.
9 years.
And so the entire time you've worked at that location, those 4 years, you've been the general manager at the Kingston store?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to direct your attention to Tuesday, January 24th, 2023. Were you working that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And which shift were you working?
Closing.
Which is what hours?
Say roughly 3 to 11.
So that would be 3 p.m. to 11 p.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
And I want to direct your attention further to 4:48 p.m. Did you receive a phone call while you were working?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that on the CVS line?
Yes.
And do you know that number?
No.
Okay. And where were you when you received that call?
I was in the office
Okay. And what were you doing?
preparing to do cash for the night.
And what does that entail?
Closing out the registers.
Okay. And the call that you received, was that from a male or a female?
Female.
And what, if anything, did she say?
She was inquiring if I carried a product in stock.
And what product was that?
It was like a constipation medicine.
Was it Marilax?
Yes.
And did she specifically ask for something to do with children's Marilax?
Well, I asked for clarification because depending on if she wanted children's or adults, it would be in a different part of the store.
Okay. And when you asked for clarification, was she able to provide clarification?
Yes. She
And what-
said it was for children's.
Okay. And what was your response?
It's located in 2 different places in the store.
And did you give her any specific brand names or anything like that?
I just said that we carried Pedialax, and now it's 13 and 20.
And approximately how long was this conversation?
A few minutes.
During that conversation, did you have any difficulty understanding the woman?
No, ma'am.
Did she appear to have any difficulty understanding you or the questions that you were asking her?
No, ma'am.
And did she, her voice, did it seem slurred or impaired in any way?
Not at all. It's a very normal interaction.
I was just going to ask, was there anything out of the ordinary about the conversation?
No.
Later that evening, did the police come to the store?
Yes.
And did they request that you pull some surveillance footage for them?
Yes.
And did you do that?
Yes.
Okay. And if I could just have Exhibit 28, the footage up for a moment. If you could look at the screen here, do you recognize the store? Yes. And is this part of the footage that you provided to police that night?
Yes.
And directing your attention over here to the right, the aisle where the gentleman is standing, all the way to the right of the store. Are you familiar with what was in that aisle in January of 2023?
Yeah, that's our children's aisle.
So that would have things like children's Pedialax?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have any interaction with that gentleman while he was in the store?
No, ma'am.
And did the police also ask you to provide a copy of a receipt for that gentleman's transaction?
Yes, ma'am.
And just showing you Exhibit 26. Is this the receipt that you provided to the police?
Yes, ma'am.
And on here, it says Skittles Wildberry. Would that be Skittles?
Yes.
It also says FLT PDLX LQD GLY for the second item. What does that stand for in CVS?
It's Fleet brand, but then it's going to be Pedialax and then a glycerin suppository.
Okay, so the FLT is for Fleet?
Yes.
And the PDLX is for Pedialax?
Yes, ma'am.
I have nothing further for the witness. Thank you.
Mr. Reddington.
I have no questions. Thank you, ma'am.
All right, thank you. We sit down. Thank you.
Please.
Short and sweet, about 7 minutes. That was Angela Kraus, the general manager, who said there was nothing unusual.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth would call Soraya Sweeney.
Nothing at all unusual about the day that Lindsay Clancy called CVS about children's Miralax.
That doesn't make a difference to me.
Good morning, ma'am. You stop right here, raise your right hand for the clerk, please.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury, no matter now coming between the Commonwealth and the defendant, shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. Thank
Wait,
you.
please.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
I'm just going to ask you to keep your voice up and speak into that microphone. Thank
Absolutely.
you. Yes.
Thank you, Your
Patrice
Honor.
Sprague.
Thank you. Good morning. Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Saria, Saria. My last name is Sweeney or Shelgren, depending on what year we're in.
So in 2023 was
It
your
was
last,
Sweeney, Sweeny.
and now what is your last name?
Shelgren, Shelgren.
And what is your date of birth?
9/3/89.
And where do you work?
Currently have two jobs. I work at a doctor's office and I also work at 3V. It's a restaurant in Plymouth.
And how is 3V spelled?
It's spelled out the number 3, THREE, with a V at the end.
And how long have you worked at 3V restaurant?
Since 2019.
And where is it located?
In Cordage Park in Plymouth.
And in 2023, in January of 2023, what was your role at 3V restaurant?
I was a hostess then.
And directing your attention further to Tuesday, January 24th, 2023, were you working that night?
Yes, I was.
And what shift were you working?
I work an evening shift. Usually I would arrive between 4:45 and 5 o'clock.
And when would your shift end?
Typically between 8 and 9 o'clock.
And what was your role as a hostess?
Greet patrons, take takeout orders, give takeout orders, seat people, generally help with the running of the restaurant, front end.
And directing your attention to 5:10 p.m., did you receive a call for a takeout order?
Yes,
And was that a male or a female?
it was a female.
And did that person place an order?
Yes,
And do you recall what she ordered?
yes.
What was that?
It was a order of risotto and a Mediterranean power bowl.
And the power bowl, is that considered a type of salad at 3V?
Yes,
Did you ask any follow-up questions about the order of the salad?
yes.
What did you ask?
We ask if it doesn't automatically come with protein. It's something that we always ask, do you want to add a protein?
Does the Mediterranean power bowl automatically come with protein?
No, it does not.
So did you ask the woman if she wanted protein?
Yes.
And what was her response?
No, thank you.
And did she also give you the name and phone number of the person who would be picking up the order?
Yes.
And is that something that you enter into the system as you're entering the order?
Yes.
Did you have any trouble understanding the woman?
No.
Did she appear to have any trouble understanding you or the questions you were asking her?
No.
Did her voice sound slurred or impaired in any way?
No.
Was there anything out of the ordinary about this interaction?
No.
Directing your attention to 5:54 p.m., was the order picked up?
Yes.
And was it picked up by a male or a female?
A male.
If we could pull up Exhibit 30 footage. And are you depicted in the video here?
Yes.
And where are you?
I'm standing behind the host stand.
And so for the record, the hostess stand or the host stand is in the upper left-hand corner.
Yeah,
of the
it's
video.
that black stand. It has a wooden framer on the top.
So am I pointing to the right area?
Yes.
In the upper left corner.
Yes.
You could play that for a moment. And if you could pause it, please. So we're at 5:54:19 p.m. You see the individual who picked up the order.
Yes.
And which individual is that?
The man in the dark jacket that entered last.
And is he the person behind the couple at the host stand?
Yes.
And showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 31. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And what do you recognize it to be?
That is one of our printouts that comes with orders. We attach those to the bags for takeout and have a copy for ourselves as well.
And displaying it. Okay. Here. Here in the line where it says Patrick and then a phone number, is that where you would enter in what the person calling gives you for the information of the person picking up the order?
Yes.
Was there anything out of the ordinary about your interaction with that gentleman?
No.
I have no further questions.
Attorney Reddington.
No questions, thank you, ma'am.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Let me step down. Thank you.
What's your step?
All right, and counsel, could I see you at this time? Thanks, scheduling.
Okay, so we just heard from two sort of standard witnesses. The first here, Angela Kraus, who is a CVS employee for the last 9 years and 4 years as a general manager at the location. And the reason she was brought on the stand is to testify to the fact that Lindsay Clancy called the night of the murders about children's Miralax. And she said that the conversation was very normal. Lindsay Clancy's reactions were very normal. There was no slurring of the language because maybe the medications that she was on. She was very coherent. And then we learned that the police went to that CVS location later that evening, of course, after finding the bodies of she and Patrick's 3 young children, and they pulled surveillance video. And then the next witness is from the restaurant. And these are the 2 stops that Patrick Clancy made that night. First, of course, CVS, and then a place called 3V Restaurant. Now, Saria Sweeney Shelgren was a hostess there at this time, working the evening shift, and it was Lindsay who placed the order. Patrick picked it up. That was the case at both CVS and 3V Restaurant. And so they asked Saria, when Lindsay ordered, was she slurring? No. Was it a totally normal exchange? Yes. So this obviously playing into the Commonwealth's narrative that this was a predetermined murder, and this was the window of opportunity when she sent her husband out. However, I will caution everyone that with the kind of preeminent expert on postpartum depression and psychosis, Paige Bellenbaum, who was on STS last night, she said, and I actually put this out on Twitter at podcast STS and on Instagram at Surviving the Survivor. She said you can appear, quote unquote, normal, even if there are psychotic behaviors and reactions. And so this is, again, going to fall into the hands of the jurors. And ultimately, there will be an expert or several experts for the Commonwealth who are going to speak about the mental health aspect. And then for the defense, and it's going to be dueling experts.
This is going to be one of those stops. All right. So I'm going to excuse you till 2 o'clock. All right. Then we're going to come back and we're going to resume, I believe, with the Commonwealth's case. So we're going to be in recess on this matter till 2 o'clock. All right.
Court, all rise. Good. Close the notebooks, place them on your chairs, please. Call them out.
Jurors have exited the courtroom. This court's in session. Please be seated.
All right. We're going to be in recess on this matter till 2 o'clock. I want to remind everyone of the media order regarding not videotaping or broadcasting from the courtroom or inside the courthouse. So I just kind of wanted to reiterate that. All right. So with that, we'll be in recess till 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Court, all rise.
Okay, so there is a lunch break, as you see on the screen, till 2 p.m. Eastern time. It is now 11:58 in the morning. So this is going to be a 2-hour and 2-minute break here, which is a substantial break. And the judge on the very first day essentially said, we're going to be in court every day from 9 to 11. There will be a short 15-minute break at 11, and then we will go till 1 o'clock. And then there'll be a 1-hour lunch break, and then we'll go to 3:30 or 4. And so far, as is often the case, actually, the trial does not follow the schedule that the judge lays out at all. And today is certainly the case. There have been a lot of sidebars and a lot of breaks, and now a 2-hour break. And I have no idea why there's going to be a 2-hour break now. And I think the jurors must be wondering the same thing. And I have to tell you that if I'm a juror, I don't want to say that I'm annoyed, but I'm just wondering what is going on and why are we having all these breaks and why is this not moving according to plan? Now, I'm not the most astute person. Is Lindsay wearing a different top now than she did right before break than she was early in the early morning testimony? But I know she's wearing glasses, and that's why I might think she has a different top on, but she looks different. I know that they tried to compose her. She was, really breaking down and was crying quite a bit. And that was why some people thought there was a 5-minute recess a short time ago, but she has her glasses on. She has her hands in her lap, and she looks somewhat together there, although she is reliving this trauma. From June Mom 613, I did some research, factitious disorder versus PPP psychosis. I was curious if there was a disorder where a mother seeks attention instead of seeking it through the child. An example, she only showed anxiety before going back to work. I have no idea the answer to that. That would require a mental health professional. Yes, she has a sweater on. Maybe she put a sweater on, and that's why. Someone else, it looks different. It was white before the break. Okay, so this is good because I am not losing my mind here. Again, after Patrick Clancy got off the stand, Tim talked about how he looked like he was having a full-blown panic attack. And we saw some EMS and EMT sort of rushing into someone's aid, presumably, possibly Patrick Clancy. We heard the 911 call. The COE sent over a transcript, and I'm going to take a look at the transcript. It was not played. It was played in court for jurors in the gallery, but it was not played publicly. So we will get to the 911 transcript on the 5 p.m. wrap-up show today. And then the two witnesses that came on after all of that, and once court resumed, one was the CVS general manager to say that Lindsay Clancy was acting totally normal, and then you had Soraya Sweeney Shelgren, the hostess, who says she works 2 jobs, which is not uncommon in today's economy. What's going on? Why do people have to work 2 jobs? Why can't anyone retire? Why can't anyone buy a home in this country? The hell's going on? It's a whole other story. But Soraya said, like the CVS manager, that Lindsay was acting totally normal. Her speech was not slurred, and it was a typical exchange. So a lot of action. I am at this point going to take myself out of frame. We're going to leave the picture up. The chat can stay active. Court will resume at 2. I will be here at 2. We go 1 foot in front of another in this world, 1 step at a time. I have signed my son up for a special soccer camp October 3rd. Well, he will be taught by Luis Suarez of the Inter Miami team. And he is ecstatic. And I only bring that up because I just got an email and you could do an autograph and photo session. They get you every which way. And being the sucker that I am, I got that for him as well. Even though he didn't do what I asked him to say last night. Asked him to do involving Fred and Ethel and Mike. So I will go home and warn him. If he does not listen to his father, he will not get Luis Suarez's autograph. I play tough. On that note, everyone, it's a 2-hour break. This is heavy stuff. So let your mind rest. I'll be back at 2. I'll see you guys back at 2. Feel free to chat amongst yourselves and see you in an hour and 57 minutes. What's up, STS Nation? Good afternoon, 2:03 p.m. On the eastern seaboard of America, and this was supposed to begin at 2 o'clock, 3 minutes ago. I've been here just monitoring, so running a bit, well, just a hair late right now after the lunch recess. Now, they actually broke much earlier than expected at 11:58 in the morning. They didn't even make it to noon. So about a 2 hour and 5 minute break as of right now. There was a lot of heavy testimony this morning. Patrick Clancy was back on the stand for the second day. And, it just got heavy with him reliving the traumatic nightmare, being asked about the 911 call, being asked about what that day of the murder was like. Once he was excused from the stand, Tim Jansen, who was in the courtroom, explained that it appeared he was having a bit of a panic attack. He was having trouble breathing, having trouble almost getting himself out through the gallery, out of the courtroom. And then when Tim was actually speaking to us live on air, you could see some EMT and EMS rushing inside the building to someone's aid. We don't know who, but it appeared that they were going into the state attorney's office. So some are thinking that maybe it was for Patrick Clancy himself, but we don't know for sure. Thank you, Dom's mom, for the nice comment about the coverage. The final two witnesses of the morning, one was a CVS general manager who said that Lindsay Clancy appeared, and this was just on a very brief phone call, to be cogent, coherent, and in her right mind. And then they spoke to a hostess at 3V, which is the name of the takeout restaurant that Patrick was headed to at the request of his wife. Now, the wife spoke to the hostess, Lindsay spoke to the hostess, and same thing there. The hostess said that when she called in the order, she seemed totally with it. She seemed cogent and coherent, no slurring of the speech from the medications. And there you have it. And after those two witnesses, it appeared they were ready to call a fourth witness in this trial, and that's when everything came to yet another screeching halt. We also learned that there's going to be a field trip on Friday to the home in Duxbury, Massachusetts. It's a very wealthy, Tony area of Massachusetts, and the jury is going to go visit. There's apparently a new family living there, and the house looks much different. I talked about this earlier. No way I'm buying a house where 3 children were murdered in it, but I am superstitious, so that's me. But someone is living there, and they're going to go, the jury that is, to check it out. So after Patrick Clancy was dismissed, some evidence was entered in as exhibits, namely Cora's PJs, Cora's pink robe, Dawson, the middle child who was 3, his dinosaur underwear, his gray t-shirt, and then 8-month-old Callan, his red pajamas were all entered in as evidence exhibits, along with the exercise bands that were used to choke. Yellow exercise band that was found on Dawson, a black exercise band that was found on Cora, and a blue exercise band found on Callan. So this was gruesome stuff. This was really, really rough stuff. And clearly it took a big toll on Patrick Clancy, who, again, did not look like he was doing so well. At the same time that the 911 call was being played and only people inside the courtroom could hear it, Lindsay Clancy broke down completely and was sobbing. And notably, after the morning recess, she was wearing at least a different colored sweater, but her top appeared to be different and also had glasses on. So it looked like they tried to kind of get her together after a brutally difficult morning for her as well. So very heavy stuff. Now it is 2:08. We're about 8 minutes late, but you're looking at a seal of the great Commonwealth of Massachusetts. And we are waiting for this trial to resume for the afternoon session. I'm assuming we are going to hear from yet more witnesses. This has been already an odd beginning in that there have been a lot of sidebars, and the sidebars have not been on objections from either the defense or the Commonwealth. The sidebars have been coming from the judge himself. Excuse me. The judge obviously is doing everything in his power to make sure things are under control, that the I's are dotted, that the T's are crossed, and that all the protocol is being followed in terms of the law, and that the jury is getting proper instructions. We heard opening statements on Monday that were powerful, and for those who are just joining, essentially it goes like this. The Commonwealth says that Lindsay Clancy had her husband go out on that fateful day in January 24 of 2023, had him go out to run some errands for her, and that was the window of opportunity. She had predetermined that she was going to bring to the Commonwealth that she was going to commit the crime that day. The defense says no, she was on a cocktail of medications, and it was a psychotic episode. Court is back in session.
And counsel, could I just see you in regards to the scheduling this afternoon?
And without missing a beat, we're off to a beeping sidebar. You got a quick glimpse right there of Lindsay Clancy. She's wearing glasses. We saw that again this morning for a brief moment. And now we're seeing it yet again. She's in glasses and a sweater. And now the judge just said that he wants to discuss scheduling for the afternoon. The jury's not in there. Otherwise, you'd be asking yourself, why the hell would he start, stop? But he's trying to get things in order for when the jury comes in. So let's stand by here, and court should resume any moment, any second, and see how it goes. We will bring you an afternoon show, a wrap-up show, 5 p.m. Eastern time. So stand by for that as well. And I will attempt to tweet that out on Twitter at Podcast STS. If you're not following me on Twitter, what's wrong with you? At Podcast STS, and on Instagram at Surviving the Survivor, on Instagram at Surviving the Survivor. If you appreciate the content, the trial coverage, please hit the like and subscribe button. And we have a very active, thanks to the COE Patreon page. So check that out as well. Is summer vacation almost over? Just asking for a friend, since I've got 3 kids and 3 dogs at home, and all 6 seem to be a little bit bored. Just asking for a friend.
Mr. Clancy, you do appreciate you're still on your own.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Please have a seat.
Yeah, thanks.
Look at that blank stare. She appears there, but yet not there. Although this morning she was crying, so got to wonder what is going on in her mind. That is her defense attorney, Kevin Reddington, who is leaning on a computer monitor. He is 74 years old, still at it, very much at it, considered one of Boston's finest attorneys. And he seems, and he said as much in opening statements, very perturbed that the Commonwealth is putting the family through this, that this should not be a prosecution, but instead she should be sent to a psychiatric institute.
This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right. Well, members of the jury, thank you for your patience with us. What we're now going to do at this point is we're going to return to the evidence. We have witness Patrick Clancy, who testified earlier, is now being recalled, as I said, for the purpose of cross-examination. Okay. All right, counsel.
Wow. Patrick Clancy being recalled for cross-exam.
You and I have certainly met before, correct?
Correct.
Would you agree with me that I went with you and your brothers, maybe some other people, into your home very shortly after the state police finished with searching and removing what they felt was evidence from the home?
Yes.
And you recall that went into different rooms and looked at different things, and I think I took some photographs and things of that nature. You remember that?
Yeah.
So, if I may, you met Lindsay back when she was in school, or was she working as a nurse?
She was at the MGH Institute.
And the MGH Institute is like Mass General Hospital nursing program, correct?
Correct.
She had some kind of like an accelerated course or something?
Yeah.
Had a double major?
Yeah.
Was a very good student?
She was, yeah.
And she, at a relatively young age, got her RN and was a nurse at Mass General, correct?
Correct.
And at Mass General, she was a, they call it L&D, a labor and delivery nurse, is that it?
Yeah.
Do you remember how many years she worked in Mass General?
I think she started in 2014.
Do you remember when she graduated from nursing school?
6 months earlier.
And were you guys in a relationship then? Or
We were, yeah.
and had you started living together in Southie, or was that before that?
Not in Southie. We didn't live together in Southie. We lived together in Quincy.
Quincy. Okay. Tell us a little bit about, you know Lindsay, obviously, better than most. How did she like being a nurse?
She loved it. I think it was her dream.
Would you say that she enjoyed her work and helping people?
Definitely, yeah.
So there's been some commentary here from the government about that she was anxious because she had to go back to work, or she didn't want to go to work, she was lazy, or whatever the case may be.
Objection.
This is sustained, if you could rephrase that.
All right, so I'll strike lazy then. That she didn't want to go back to work But I believe you said in answer to the DA, there was a reason that you could see that she was anxious about going back to work, correct?
Correct.
Now, was she anxious about going back to work, to your knowledge, because she just didn't want to work?
No.
What was the reason?
She struggled to be away from our kids at a young age.
So when you guys ultimately moved to Duxbury, did you have children then?
Yeah.
And as the years went by, you obviously had more children. Ultimately, you got 3 children, correct?
Yeah. Yes.
You told us about her birth with Cora, and
Yeah.
Cora, it was a bit of a rough birth. Is that right?
Yeah, she didn't have time to get an epidural, and she bled a lot.
Do you, in the years that you lived with Lindsay as boyfriend and girlfriend, fiancés, and then ultimately husband and wife, do you recognize her handwriting?
I haven't seen it in a long time, but so I'm not sure.
Okay. While counsel's looking at that, is it your understanding, would she take notes or lists and
Yeah,
for work and home and things of that nature?
you would, yeah.
Excuse me. I'm going to approach you, sir, with this document and just ask if you can recognize the handwriting.
Yeah, that looks like her handwriting.
Looks like Lindsay's handwriting?
Yep.
So I'm going to run a minute after this.
Any objection?
Yes.
All right, if I could see counsel.
Okay. So the surprise me, and I'm getting here audio. Apologies. That's better there. I was getting audio feedback, but I think it surprised me. I don't know about the rest of you that Patrick Clancy was now recalled. Now they did say that it was possible when he left the stand. I think everyone thought he was going to be cross-examined right after his morning testimony. That didn't happen. There were 2 more witnesses. He was having a hard time, and maybe that's why. But he was now recalled to be crossed by the defense attorney, Kevin Reddington, representing his ex-wife, Lindsay Clancy, and right away gets into her love for her career, which was a labor and delivery nurse, and where she did her residency, where she trained, how they lived together in Quincy, how she loved it. And now he's showing her a note. He says he recognizes the handwriting, and here we go, continuing on, obviously making the point that she didn't want to be away from her kids. That's why she didn't want to go back to work and love what she was doing. Here we go.
Pull it away a little bit. Looking at this, what does it appear to be to you, if you know? Does it appear to be notes of deliveries that she was involved with?
Yeah.
You see the first one? What's the date, if you can read it? I can't.
It says May 11th, 2015.
And does that indicate, would that, to your knowledge, be around when she started working as a labor delivery nurse?
I thought she started a little. I'm not sure.
You see the name of the little girl that was born on that date that was her first delivery?
Yeah,
What's the name?
it's Cora.
And is that the reason you guys named Cora?
It was, yeah.
Can you tell the jurors, as a husband living with Lindsay over the years, what kind of a mother was she?
She was very dedicated. She did everything. She started reading them books at 3 months. And she made up songs for them. I remember she used to make green eggs and ham for Cora because she liked that book.
Is that one of the Dr. Seuss books?
Yeah. She brought them to music classes.
You're quite the musician yourself, isn't that right?
I play a few instruments, yeah.
You play guitar.
Yep.
In your home, one of the things that appears to be striking is that almost every room, other than maybe a bed, well, actually a bedroom, but was dedicated to children. Would you agree with that?
Yeah,
Like, you didn't have a fancy dining room, right?
we did not, no.
What did you have in the dining room?
We had the table that I grew up with.
How about stuff on the wall in the different rooms? Did she put things, wall hangings on the walls for the kids?
There was a lot of art projects, stickers, things like that.
And were they hanging from the wall?
Yeah.
One of the photographs that the government had was a photograph that, excuse me, if you can identify for us, is this photograph a fair and accurate depiction of one of your rooms?
Yeah,
And what room would that be?
that's the playroom.
Right off of this room?
Any objection?
No.
All right, that may be admitted. Thank you.
If I may put Exhibit 58 up so the jurors and his honor can see it. There's some kind of, like, it looks as though it's boxed out window. So are we standing in the kitchen looking into that room through that boxed out window?
Yeah,
And all those objects, obviously, that are in that room would be kids' toys and things of that nature, right?
right.
Do you recognize this photograph as being just a sample or sampling of the kids' rooms?
Yeah,
You know which room that was?
I think it was Dawson's.
Okay, right off of this.
Any objection?
No.
All right, that may be admitted. All right, thank you.
This one here has a bunch of stickers. It's got Bruce Lightyear or whatever his name is over to the right, and it's got an alphabet, A, B, C, D, things of that nature, correct?
It's Paw Patrol.
Okay. And again, following through on that same theme, you recognize this photograph as well being another portion of that wall?
Yeah,
And what are those, decals?
yeah, they're just big stickers.
Okay. In the interest of time, Your Honor, I would just say, you also identify this as being one of the kids' walls. Would that be what you were telling us would be art projects?
Yeah,
And they were hanging on the wall?
correct.
And who hung them on the wall?
I think Lindsay did.
And would she also take hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of pictures of the kids?
Yeah,
Do you recall her putting together a little collage saying newborn, 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, and then hanging that on the wall?
yeah, she did it for each kid.
And which child was that?
That one's Dawson.
Dawson. Did you have occasion to see her interact with Dawson as a...
Greg, did you wish to introduce those photographs?
Thank you, I appreciate it. These two, I believe.
60 and 61.
Okay, thank you.
Can you describe for the jurors her relationship with Dawson? I know he was a little kid, but I mean, did she, to your observation, did she love Dawson?
She loved Dawson very much.
Did she resent him?
No.
You are familiar with, as her husband, Lindsay's, let's say, use Facebook, right?
Yes.
Can you tell us, would you look at her Facebook a lot and took pictures that she would post?
To be honest, no, not really.
Okay. Were you able to identify any of her postings on Facebook?
Probably.
Representative, over the years, or the period of time, I'm going to ask if you can identify this particular Facebook.
Your Honor, if we may approach briefly.
Sure, yeah, Counsel.
I think we heard the first official objection here, and I'm just going back to try to figure out exactly what it was about, having to do with going back to work. The Commonwealth objected there. But here, obviously, the defense and Kevin Reddington, Lindsay's defense attorney, painting the picture that this was a doting, loving mother, basically the house resembling more of a series of playrooms. And Patrick even saying that the dining room table was not a typical dining room table, but his childhood dining room table. One of the more heartbreaking things you will ever see. There was sort of a wide shot looking at one of the playrooms, and on the top of the wall in big letters, it said, "It's a wonderful life." It's a wonderful life. A life I don't think anyone thought would end this way for these three kids. And the defense attorney here clearly showing that Lindsay Clancy was this loving mother who, according to the defense, went through a postpartum depression and psychosis, which are different, but perhaps went through both, and just eventually loses it. And that's why she takes the lives of these three kids. But anyone who's a parent knows about Paw Patrol. Anyone who's a parent or not a parent knows about Green Eggs and Ham. Dr. Seuss, one of the great authors of all time, children or otherwise. The guy was an absolute genius, once in a lifetime author. And she would even make Green Eggs and Ham for these kids. So this is a mother, and just totally by coincidence, very random, the COE got a message from a friend today who, it turns out, I'm not exactly sure the connection, so I want to be careful. But the long story short is the COE's good friend knew Lindsay Clancy in some capacity, and knew her well enough that either she or her friend was at her wedding, in her party, and talks still about what an amazing mother Lindsay Clancy was to these kids. So that's a little bit of interesting color, and the COE staying in touch with that person who had reached out today, having seen that we were going to cover this on our podcast. For each month that these children grew, from 1 month to 2 months to 3 months, she was taking photos, hundreds and hundreds of photos. And got to tell you right now, she by all intents and purposes, from what we're seeing, is a way more dedicated mother than a father than I ever was. COE did a lot of similar things, continues to do a lot of similar things. I mean, there are all kinds of little traditions and families and things that you do with the kids, stuff that we never did in my family, but it was also a different generation. But as an example, for all the kids' birthdays, as far as I can remember, the COE does a huge decoration in the dining room with happy whatever birthday, pick your number, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, with presents and singing happy birthday. And the kids all know that when they wake up on their birthday morning, everyone's singing happy birthday at the dining room table. So why do I bring that up? The Clancy family had similar traditions and similar habits, and the focus in their family appeared to be all about the kids, and that is what Kevin Reddington. What's up, Court Dog Daniel? I apologize, I've not been in touch. It's just been crazy busy, but will be. Court's a heavy place, man. I was going to say enjoy court, but that is not the right word. But I guess gain your strength before going into court. So people here are debating, okay, how do I feel about this? Christy AKJ says, I'm more on the guilty side right now. How many times, River Birch says, are we going to say our mental health system failed us? That's another side of this. So people are deciding, over medicated, someone says, if she took all that medication, Clarissa, this trial is never, Susan, this trial is never going to end. And Clarissa's saying you've got to have a strong foundation for family. And that's exactly what's going on here. So here we come back from another sidebar. Again, I think we heard the very first objection just a short time ago from the Commonwealth. Again, notably, it appears Kevin Reddington has no help. He is the sole attorney here. God bless him for that. 74, 75 years old. He's highly experienced.
63 through 75.
Mr. Clancy, and if I ask a question and it's difficult, or if you need a break, I'm sure that, Mr. Norizon will certainly give you a break.
Yep.
If I push too hard, just let me know.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep. Appreciate it.
Okay, so again, just representative of the Facebook postings that Lindsay would post as the mother of your children. This, for example, would be July of 2018.
Yep.
Can you tell the jurors who that would be?
That's Cora.
Moving forward, say June of 2021. Can you tell us who that?
That's Cora and Dawson.
Okay. Again, the end of July 2021.
That's us with Cora and Dawson.
August 2021.
Dawson.
Okay. End of August 2021.
It's Cora and Dawson.
August again of 21.
It's Cora and Dawson.
September 1 of 21.
It's Cora and Dawson.
Is that first day of preschool?
Yeah.
September of 21.
That's Lindsay and Cora.
And was that some kind of like a family fun day, if you recall, where there was like lots of things for kids to get in?
Yeah.
Okay. The end of September of 21. Callan?
No, that's Dawson.
Dawson, okay. September 21. Callan was born when? Sorry.
May 2022.
Okay. And Christmas Eve, December 24th of 2021.
That's Cora's birthday.
Okay, and that's her birthday party that year?
Yeah.
Now that's 2021, right?
Correct.
Fast forward 1 year, and that would be Christmas of 2022, right?
Right.
And was that when you guys had the birthday party for Cora at the trampolines?
No.
When was that?
I believe it was January 7th.
Okay, but that would have been for that particular birthday, right?
That was for the birthday with friends because most people weren't available on Christmas Eve.
Christmas Eve, right.
Yep.
And then down. Again, September 1st of 22. Remember when that was taken?
Yeah, that's with Callan and Dawson.
Was that your yard?
That's in the backyard.
Backyard, okay. This would have been September of 22, obviously right before 23, right?
Right.
And again, For this one here, July of 22, can you tell the jurors, you guys had a pretty good summer that year?
It was a good summer. Yeah, that was on Cape Cod.
This picture was on Cape Cod?
Yeah.
A couple of points that I wanted to raise, sir, with you. We have an email sent from your, is it Surface Pro? Is that what it's called?
That was my laptop. Yeah.
I'm going to approach you, sir, and ask if you can identify this as being an email that you sent.
Yeah.
Okay. Right off of that, Your Honor.
The objection.
I'd just like to know the purpose of.
Purpose? I'll tell you
Yes.
the purpose.
No.
You could approach sidebar.
Sure. Yeah.
There you go. You just got some of the Brockton Tude right there. He's entering some exhibits. They were Facebook posts and now different. And she wanted to know the ADA why they're being admitted into evidence. And Kevin Reddington, without missing a beat, says, "I'll let you know why they're being admitted into evidence." And now at a sidebar yet again, I have someone at my door here. Believe it or not, we are watching continuing coverage. This is cross of Patrick Clancy. In the trial of his ex-wife, Lindsay Clancy, and I will be back in just a moment.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. That may be admitted.
Well, while we're waiting for the copy, let me just move on to something else. Do you recall yesterday the district attorney was asking you a question or stated to you that on December 2nd of 2022 that you and your wife went to a fancy hotel in Boston and she had a massage and you both had a big dinner? Do you recall her asking you that question?
Yeah.
And in fact, would you agree, sir, that you did not, in fact, go to a fancy hotel on December 2nd of 22, being a Saturday night before your anniversary, the 3rd? You stayed at home, didn't you?
We did. We stayed at home.
And when you were asked that question by the DA, she wanted the inference to be that Lindsay Clancy in December of 22 was so relaxed that she wanted to have a massage and have a big dinner in a hotel. In fact, she was in her bed, in her bedroom that night, wasn't she?
Objection.
Sustained. If you could rephrase that.
I'm approaching you with what appears to be from one of the photographs that the district attorney had showed you yesterday with her in a mask, and I believe the Dawson in the mask, right? And then, okay, so
Yep.
now that photograph, sir, was actually preserved, if you will, on the Laptop Pro computer. Isn't that right? Did she send that to you?
She sent it to my computer.
Okay.
I don't know.
And where was she? Do you remember when that picture was taken? Let me
I
just show you.
believe it's here.
Yeah. That's what the photograph was.
It looks like they're at the doctor.
At the doctor's office, okay. And can you tell me the date that that picture, right-hand corner top, What date was that picture taken and sent to your computer?
It's December 2nd.
The same date that we're talking about, correct? And what
Correct.
time was the picture sent?
12:45 p.m.
Okay. So the jury. So when you're dealing with these things on the computers, it's a little hard sometimes to understand what they're depicting, and I'm having a hard time moving it. There it is. All right. Right there, you see that there? That's the date that we're talking about, right?
Right. Just to clarify, though, it looks like that was on an iPhone.
Oh, I'm sorry, iPhone. Okay, it was sent to you, though.
Correct.
And it was on December 2nd, the date that the DA was suggesting you were in Boston having massages and dinner, right?
Objection, that was December 3rd.
All right. It's just,
It's
well,
a jury's memory, but.
yeah, if he can answer that.
Do you recall, sir, that she also had sent you the same day, or taken a picture of what appears to be Cora's Christmas list, wish list? Is that what that is?
Yeah.
Okay. And if you look at the record on that, that was sent if you can read that.
It's December 2nd at 6:13 p.m.
6:13 p.m. And then finally, if you look at the metadata that is apparently buried in the photograph, it gives latitude and longitude of where the photograph was taken. Is that right? You're familiar with metadata, I would imagine. No way I can't do this.
Use the tape. Use the tape. The tape on the thing tells you where to put the.
Oh. Thank you.
Yeah, that's our address.
Okay. And that would be the metadata with the latitude and the longitude, and shows you where these photos were taken, correct?
Correct.
What author these, Your Honor?
So I think we had Exhibit 76. They're making a copy of that. Do you want to mark that? I don't know if we marked that yet. That was the earlier one, just so everybody can keep this straight. And this latest email would be Exhibit 77.
That would be the letter, the email?
The one that was just copied.
Yeah, the email right here. Yep. Yes.
Exhibit 76 and 77.
Okay.
Thank you. Now, sir, Exhibit 76 is an email from you to, and we will going to delete the people that are on the email, if I may, Your Honor, as we mark it as an exhibit. Let me approach you. Does it indicate the date and the time in the very top? You sent that email to your staff members or people that work with you.
It does. Yep.
Tell the jurors what the date was.
It's January 24th at 5:24.
And that was sent from your Surface Pro?
I don't know, actually. It could have been sent from my iPhone.
Okay. What author this was? Sorry,
Yeah. That would be Exhibit 76.
Now, when was Callan born?
May 26, 2022.
My memory serves that it was a good birth. It was not easy birth, but I mean, there were no complications.
There were no complications.
And were both of you very happy with Callan being born healthy? And
yeah, we felt very lucky.
And then in that summer of 22, you had one of the best summers that you've had, right?
Yeah.
What happened in September, October of 2022?
Lindsay's mental health started to deteriorate.
And when you say that, sir, what is it that you, as her husband, observed?
Just increased stress and anxiety.
And did she, as a result of that, go to see or reach out for help to see someone?
Yes.
And who was that?
I believe it was Jennifer Tufts.
Now, Jennifer Tufts is a psychiatrist.
Yeah.
And where is she located?
I never went to her office. Somewhere on the South Shore.
Do you remember when Lindsay went to see Jennifer Tufts?
I don't remember the exact date. I think it was sometime in September. I wasn't really involved at the beginning of Jennifer Tufts.
Of course. Do you recall that the difficulties or the trouble, so to speak, began towards the end of September into October of 22?
Yeah, it was pretty gradual.
Okay. But do you remember when the DA asked you yesterday whether or not you used your computer to Google suicide in, I think it was August of 22? Do you remember her asking you that question?
Yes.
And do you remember your response?
No, honestly.
You didn't Google that, did you?
I don't think I did, no.
No. But I'm going to show you, sir, a web history of your computer. Have in mind that the question was asked of you as to whether or not in August of 22 you Googled suicide. You responded no, right?
Correct.
The inference being, I guess, that back in August of 22, she would have Googled it, apparently, right?
Sure.
You know a guy named Tim Hall?
I think you mean Tom Hall.
Yeah, Tom Hall, I apologize. Who's Tom Hall?
He's a musical artist.
He's a what artist?
Like a country artist.
Country. Is he like a guitar playing guy or singer?
Yeah, was.
When you say was, what happened to him?
He committed suicide.
And I'm going to show you, sir, your Surface Pro records back in August of 22. Do you recall Googling the name Tom Hall so you could access one of his new albums or new records?
I do remember briefly listening to Tom Hall's music.
Okay. Now, you've never seen, you haven't seen this document before, correct?
Correct.
All right, and this would be, I'm sure you're probably familiar with it. When you get a phone dump or a computer records dump, you get a printout of all the sites that somebody would go on, Google, Wikipedia, things like that.
Right.
If you can look to the right,
Yep.
down a little bit, and you see, I think it says Tom Hall.
Yeah.
What does it say on Tom Hall?
It says his Wikipedia page.
Yep. Let me see here. So, here, we've got so that shows you when somebody Googles, and then it goes Wikipedia, and you see where up above it says suicide methods?
Yeah.
Now, you didn't, as you said to the DA, you didn't Google suicide methods, right?
I didn't Google suicide methods, no.
But in fact, sir, when you Googled Tom Hall, it took you to the Wikipedia page and it said that he died, right?
He did, yeah.
And then you clicked on the Wikipedia page and it went into a hyperlink. You know what a hyperlink is? I imagine you
Yeah.
do. I don't. Hyperlink.
Yeah.
What is a hyperlink, just so I know?
So like in Wikipedia, it would be a word that's highlighted in blue and it goes to a website.
Okay. So if I suggest to you, sir, that as you move down on your searches that afternoon, that you were looking at Tom Hall, that it brought you to ways to commit suicide, Tom Hall, Google search again, Tom Hall, all on that date at the same time. And you were just looking to see about the guy because he killed himself, right?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Right off of this.
Any objection?
Can I just see the packet?
Oh, yeah.
Again, Your Honor, I got that discovery from the DA, so it's...
Well, it's an email from his
We'll
expert, not us.
just take a look at it and we'll kind of go from there. Hold on a second.
While she's looking at that, I just asked her, what is a URL? What does that mean?
Hold on a second. Wait till she gets a chance to finish.
Yes, I would object.
If I could see counsel.
All right, a debate over searching the word for self-unaliving. See, America's favorite troll, Solicitor Randolph, is in there. He's a good man, despite being a troll. So take it easy on him. Leslie here with 1,000 jewels and GOAT trophy. I'm still trying to figure out what all this new stuff is, but thank you. That's all I can say is thank you. At issue here is on the first day, on Monday, the Commonwealth did ask at one point of Patrick Clancy if he was searching self-unaliving on August 22nd of 2022, which would have been a couple months before the triple murders. And he said he wasn't. And now they're going through a search history, and he's a music fan. And he claims or says that he was looking up a country singer, Tom Hall, who did exactly that, unalived himself. I hate to use that expression or wording, but that's what you have to do on YouTube. So my apologies. And YouTube runs the world and are a giant monopoly and shouldn't be. And that's a whole other conversation. Long story short, it appears that whatever the search was being done in part by Patrick Clancy looking up this singer. And if there was anything else.
So while that's being marked Exhibit E for ID, basically that would at least refresh your memory, sir, that in fact, inadvertently, that you touched the Wikipedia thing for suicide, but it was for Tom Hall, the singer, right?
Sounds like that was the case.
Okay. Do you recall what medication Lindsay was put on by Dr. Tufts?
She started with Zoloft.
Now, counsel had asked you about whether or not Lindsay was on Zoloft or any SSRI antidepressant medication in the past. Do you remember that question?
Yeah.
Do you remember her asking about that you were having a conversation with her and she said that she was going on Zoloft and that she had already been to Tufts, or was it Tufts that she got the script from?
Correct.
Okay. She told you that, right?
Yeah.
She didn't hide that from you, right?
No.
And it was, you were at a wedding, is that right? You were walking down the street, the two of you together, like at the end of the night, and she basically told you that she had to use the meds.
It was earlier in the day. It was before the wedding, but yeah.
Okay. And do you recall how, to your observation, how dedicated was she to taking her medications as instructed by the numerous doctors that she ultimately saw?
She always took them as instructed.
Do you remember, did she in fact have a diary that she kept of the milligrams, the type of medication, the date that she took the medication, and what, if any, reactions that she had to it? Do you recall that?
Yeah.
And do you remember where that was kept? Did she keep it in any particular place?
I think she kept it in the kitchen.
In the kitchen. So I'm going to show you a photograph that the state police took in your house. this a fair and accurate depiction of your kitchen?
Yeah.
So that kind of shows a bunch of books that are in like a cabinet or something, right?
Right.
I'm going to show you this enlarged spine, if you will, of a book. I'm going to ask if you ever saw that before.
I don't recall seeing this.
Would you agree, sir, that this book is, in fact, the same book, the same coloring that was in the bunch of books in your kitchen?
Yeah.
In this book, you see what the caption of the book is.
Yeah, it says, "Good moms have scary thoughts."
And I'm going to approach you with this document, sir, which would be a number of pages from the book, the cover of the book, and the inside of the book. Just, you've never seen that before, no?
I don't recall seeing this.
So with that understanding, Your Honor, I will not offer this at this time.
Hold on. Counsel Como, if you could, Mr. Reddick, if you could show what it is that you.
I'm sorry, you said you're not offering it?
Well, don't let the foundation use this.
Okay.
All right. Any objection?
No.
Okay.
So can I put it in?
Yes. That's
Oh, okay, great, thank you.
No objection to him not offering it.
All right.
If I could just look at it, there may
Why don't we do this? Why doesn't everybody come over here with that, and we can kind of figure out where we go?
All right. The judge making sure once again that things are copacetic. Here, the defense attorney Kevin Reddington was getting into her medications, asking ex-husband Patrick Clancy, who by the way was recalled after two other witnesses to be crossed this afternoon, asked, did she always take her medications as instructed? And he said yes, she did. During openings, of course, we heard, and then when the Commonwealth got their case in chief underway, that she was not taking a lot of the medications prescribed to her. But Kevin Reddington now asking about a diary. Did she keep a diary? And he says, Patrick Clancy, that she did, with the milligrams for each medication, her reactions.
Copy of the book.
No objection.
Okay.
And we had a book called Good Moms, Scary Thoughts, which is at issue right now. Thank you, AR.
Who was the next doctor, if you recall, that Lindsay went to consult with?
Julie Paul.
And is this a doctor or a nurse practitioner?
I don't remember with Julie Paul. It was very brief.
Okay. Now, is it fair to say that Julie Paul was at South Shore?
Yeah. Correct.
And Julie Paul was a friend of your mother's, is that right?
Yeah, I think they were acquaintances. Yeah.
And your mother was a nurse also at South Shore Hospital.
In L&D. Yeah.
L&D Labor and Delivery, same thing. Okay. And your mother was good enough to refer Lindsay to this person to consult with, right?
Yeah, I don't think it was a formal referral. I think she just said this is a specialist that you might want to talk with.
All right. And did she go to see the specialist?
Yeah.
And did you go with her, or was this a...
No, I never met
I should
Julie
back
Paul.
myself up. Were these like in-person meetings, or are they like, what do you call them, Zoom meetings? And
Most of the meetings were Zoom. The only in-person that I'm aware of was with Rebecca Gelata.
Rebecca Gelata. Okay. And that was because you insisted on it, right?
I thought it was warranted at that time, yeah.
Right, because you were pretty much at your wit's end with the 15-minute Zooms, and you wanted to sit down eyeball to eyeball and talk to this person, right?
I hadn't attended any prior to that. I just wanted to get clarification. I wanted to see if we could get on the same page.
All right. So now, Lindsay's on Zoloft from Dr. Tufts, the psychiatrist, correct?
Correct.
And then that runs into when she goes to see Nurse Paul.
Can you clarify?
What was it?
Can you clarify what you're asking?
Yeah, what month? When was it that she saw Nurse Paul?
Maybe October, but I'm not sure.
Okay. When she saw Nurse Paul, do you remember where she saw Nurse Paul, or was it a video thing?
I don't know. I wasn't involved.
Okay. Did Nurse Paul prescribe medication to her?
A lot, if he knows.
I don't know off the top of my head.
All right. Do you recall whether or not, to your opinion, that she had any reactions to the Zoloft that she had been placed on by Dr. Tufts?
Objection.
I don't know any observations that were made.
Right, so it's not guesswork, it's observations, anything you saw and observed.
Yeah, it seemed to align with her insomnia symptoms.
Now, the insomnia, inability to sleep, was that a significant problem from your observations with her?
Yeah, it was a huge problem.
And when you say huge problem, was there one point when she was on medication from Tufts that, in fact, she had gone 48 hours, I think, without sleep?
Yeah.
And that was disturbing to her?
Yeah, and it was just hard to function.
And how about you? Was it disturbing to you?
I just wanted her to get sleep and feel better.
Now, during that period of time, she then went and saw the next doctor, a nurse practitioner, which we talked about, which would be nurse practitioner Paul at South Shore, right?
Right.
Now, after seeing nurse practitioner Paul, if you remember, or no, did you observe, did she seem to get better or did she seem to get worse?
It would be hard to say. I think it was a week at most. So it's really hard to say in that short a time frame.
Sure. And when you say a week at most, you mean that's like she was seeing nurse practitioner Paul for about a week?
Yeah, and I mean, she may have only seen her once. It was very brief, and then she got reassigned somewhere, so.
And the reason, if you know, that she got reassigned somewhere would be nurse practitioner Gelada, right?
Right.
Same practice, right?
Right.
And the reason was because Paul moved on to another job, right?
Right.
So Lindsay wasn't out doctor hunting. She was referred by the nurse practitioner that was referred to you guys by your mom because Paul was leaving, right?
Yeah, she just switched doctors in the same practice.
All right. Now, she sees Dr. Gelada, right?
Right.
Did Dr. Gelada, to your knowledge, put her on medication?
Yeah.
And what was the medication, if you know?
Mainly Seroquel and benzodiazepines, Ativan.
Now, benzodiazepines, they're addictive, right?
Apparently.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
And a benzo would be, for example, Ativan, correct?
Correct.
Now, Seroquel, she was placed on Seroquel as well, is that correct?
Right.
And to your observation, again, you're not a doctor, what you saw of your wife, was she affected positively or negatively by the Seroquel that she was on?
It appeared that she was affected very negatively, and she was reporting that that she was getting worse on the Seroquel.
And do you know, did she report that to Dr. Gelada?
Yeah.
When she would consult with Dr. Gelada, prior to you actually going, do you know, were they all on video? If you know.
I believe, yeah, they were all on Zoom.
Okay. Do you have any opinion for the jury as to approximately how long these meetings on Zoom would be with the nurse practitioner?
Probably around 20 minutes.
At some point, do you recall that you went with Lindsay to see Dr. Gelada? Is that right?
Yes.
And do you remember, if you remember, when that was?
Early December.
In early December of 2022, can you tell the jury from your observations, how did Lindsay appear? How was she acting? How was she faring?
She was extremely sleep deprived and just highly anxious.
Was there a number of occasions that you would actually see her on the sofa rocking back and forth with her head under a pillow?
Yeah.
Did you report that and other symptoms to Dr. Gelada?
Lindsay did.
So when was it, if you recall, that you went and saw Dr. Gelada with your wife, person to person?
When was it?
Yep.
Early December. I think it was December 6th.
And do you remember, you have a pretty good memory about this, do you remember what medication she was prescribed by Gelada?
Coming out of that meeting?
Yep.
Yeah, she increased the Seroquel significantly, and then she prescribed her Valium to help taper off of the benzos.
Taper off the benzos?
Yeah.
To your knowledge, did Lindsay go to doctors to seek out benzodiazepines or drugs just because she was a drug addict?
No. Lindsay, I think, wanted to. She definitely didn't want to take any more benzodiazepines and definitely didn't want to take any more Seroquel. I think that it wasn't really a matter of trying to get off the medication. It was just trying to get on the right medication.
Okay. Let's say mid-December, what observations, if any, heading up towards Christmas, did you guys endure?
She seemed to get worse. The Seroquel was increased to 400 milligrams. 400? Yep. And,
by Dr. Gelada?
Yeah. And the idea behind that was it would help with sleep, but she didn't get better. She got worse.
Do you recall that at one point she went to a place called Women's and Infants in Rhode Island?
Right.
Women and Infants Center for Women's Behavioral Health. Do you recall that?
Right.
Do you remember when she actually went to Women's Behavioral Health?
Sometime in mid-December. I don't know the exact date.
All right. So if I suggest to you, sir, that I have certified copies of the Women and Infants medical records indicating that on December 20th of 2022, that was the day that you dropped her off at Women. Does that refresh your memory?
Yeah.
Your Honor, I'd like to offer the certified copies of the Women and Infants hospital records.
I would object. We don't have a copy of those.
All right.
You don't have these?
Could I see everybody here?
Interesting. Yet another sidebar, and I'd say 95% of these sidebars, if not more, are being called by the judge, not on objections or anything where the judge typically says, all right, stop arguing with each other or stop doing this, come over here. But it's him, and I think he's just trying to make sure that everything is staying on the straight and narrow here. Toward this latter part, we are discussing on cross here with Patrick Clancy that Lindsay Clancy, his ex-wife, was extremely sleep deprived and very anxious. At one point, this is concerning. She's described as rocking back and forth on the sofa with her head under a pillow. Kevin Reddington asks Patrick Clancy, did you tell the doctor this? He said, no, but my wife did. And he says that Lindsay did not want to take more benzodiazepines, which are addictive. And Patrick said it was a matter of trying to get on the right medications. Now, toward December, and the murders take place in January, he said things were getting worse.
The death for identification.
So, Mr. Clancy, do you remember that day, December 20th of 2022, that she went to that place? How did she get there?
I drove her.
And do you remember dropping her off?
Yeah.
Do you remember what her state of mind was to go there? Was she scared? Was she happy? Was she?
I think she was scared.
Do you remember what you did that day?
I took Dawson skiing.
And where did you go skiing?
Wachusett.
At some point in the afternoon, did you receive a phone call?
Yeah.
Was it from Lindsay?
Yeah.
And as a result of the phone call, what did you do?
She said that you need to come pick me up, and the doctors here want to talk to you, have you come in and talk for a bit.
Okay. Did you go and talk to him?
Yeah.
Do you remember who you talked to?
I don't remember their names.
Do you remember the conversation? Did you describe or indicate what her symptoms were at that point in December 20th of 2022?
Yeah, the conversation was they didn't.
Objection.
Yes.
All right. Sustained at this time.
Did the people at Women's and Infants Facility in Rhode Island prescribe any medication to your knowledge?
I don't think so.
They provide any counseling or anything?
I think they tried to, but they felt that it wasn't the right fit for Lindsay.
Okay. Do you recall that in fact it was because of the drugs? They weren't sure what symptomology would be because of the drugs?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you recall whether or not the people at Women and Infants in Rhode Island reached out to Dr. Gelada?
Objection.
I don't think so.
If he knows.
I don't think they did, no.
And was it one day or half a day that she went to Women and Infants in Rhode Island?
It was a half a day.
Half a day. So after you pick her up and you bring her home, it's now you and the kids and Lindsay, and it's days before Christmas, right?
Yeah, and her parents were there.
Why were her parents there?
They were visiting, trying to help out, and I took Dawson to watch. She said they stayed home with Cora and Callan.
Now, during that time frame in December of 22, maybe a little bit before, maybe after Thanksgiving, did your mom and dad and Lindsay's parents come to your house and try to help out with the kids?
Yeah, I think it was separately, though.
Yeah, of course, it would be separate. I mean, what would they do?
Just be there, help out, play with them, to get takeout, play Scrabble.
Did Lindsay's mother and father actually stay there and sleep in the basement for?
They did, yeah.
Time? Were you aware personally? Let me back up. You and Lindsay, as husband and wife, would in effect sleep in the same bedroom. Is that correct?
Yeah.
There was an occasion, though, that she said to you about you go downstairs, and then I think she ended up downstairs?
Yeah, for the purposes of her getting better sleep.
And for her purposes of getting better sleep, were you aware that on one occasion she used a gummy, a sleep aid gummy? Did you know that?
I don't recall that, but we did have them in the house.
Okay. Now, to your knowledge, was Lindsay a person that liked to smoke the weed and use the CBDs oils and all that stuff, or did she not imbibe in that?
I don't know. She didn't smoke.
So you had these gummies in the house, sleep aid, right?
I mean, some people might call them a sleep aid.
Okay. Heading into the holidays of 22, do you recall where you spent Christmas?
I think it was at our house. We celebrated Cora's birthday. And then I think we actually went down to Wallingford, Connecticut to be with her parents after.
Her parents?
Yeah.
Okay. And then heading into January of 23, who did she then see for doctors or nurse practitioners, if you know?
After she got back from McLean?
Yes.
She switched back to Jennifer Tufts.
Now, before she switches back to Tufts in January, on New Year's of 2022, 2023, you guys drive to Boston, go to MGH, and ultimately she turns herself into McLean Hospital, right?
Right.
Now, McLean Hospital is basically a locked ward facility, correct?
Correct.
Was she allowed to just wander around and leave the place whenever she wanted?
She couldn't leave, but
Couldn't leave.
inside she could go to different areas.
Can you tell the jury what her state of mind was as she went to McLean Hospital with her husband on New Year's 23 at that point?
She was scared. She didn't want to go, but I think it was the second time we went to the ER, and I said, you have to go.
Now at McLean Hospital, I know you visited with her, is that correct?
Yeah.
District Attorney asked you yesterday about the excellent care that she was provided with all these counselors and therapists, and you indicated that it was your understanding that she was playing with clay and coloring, right?
Right.
Can you describe for the jury what McLean was like to you as a husband visiting his wife? In other words, were there doctors, were there nurses, were there people in the hallways?
What I saw was it looked like mainly nurses. It was the tail end of COVID, so they were mostly behind this plastic covered area. And it could have been just the time of day that I visited, but people were hanging around, watching TV, playing with clay.
Do you know whether or not she saw a doctor, or psychiatrist, ultimately from McLean Hospital?
I was not aware of that. The only one I was aware of it was the doctor on the second to last or final day.
And what was that, Dr. Goodhart?
Yeah.
And did you speak to Dr. Goodhart?
I ended up calling her. I wanted to see what her evaluation was. So I gave her a call and we spoke, and she said, she's clearly depressed.
Sustained.
Okay. So you spoke to Dr. Goodhart.
Yeah.
Did Dr. Goodhart, to your knowledge, prescribe any medication?
I think she recommended medication, and then...
How many medications did she recommend?
I don't know if she recommended multiple. I want to say it was Cymbalta. But she said, check with your doctor and make a decision.
So when Lindsay left, it was because she wanted to leave one day early because of Cora's birthday. Is that right?
I didn't think it was, I don't think it was one day early. I think she had a 5-day stay, which at the time was, my understanding was that was pretty standard. And yeah, she did want to attend Cora's birthday.
So there's no doubt, sir, in your mind that when she was discharged from McLean, that, you got these, right? McLean?
Yes.
Yeah. That when she was discharged from McLean Hospital, it was not against medical advice. The doctors gave her a bill of health and let her go with you, right?
Right.
Or off of the McLean records.
Any objection?
No.
All right, they may be admitted.
Now, when you go to the hospital and you get out of the hospital, they give you a bag and you've got medications and a little card and it says, thank you for being here, stuff like that. Did you guys get anything from McLean at all?
I don't think so.
Did you get any recommendations other than the doctor suggesting that you might want to try Cymbalta? Did they give you a script?
I don't think so.
You know what Cymbalta was?
No.
You remember Dr. Goodhart telling Lindsay to Google it?
I think that's accurate.
Yeah. In fact, she Googled hundreds of times
Yeah.
medication, right?
Yeah.
So when you guys go home, and now it's January, obviously, you had the party for Cora, correct?
Yeah.
You guys had friends over, or friends that you guys knew?
Friends came to the party, which was at a place in Plymouth.
Would you agree with me that Lindsay had a number of friends from actually grammar school through high school through college that she stayed in touch with over the years?
Yeah.
And you as well?
Yep.
And they're good friends. Like, you still would see them and you guys would do dinner and things of that nature, right?
Yeah.
Actually, one of your friends, I think it was one of your friends, it might have been one of her friends, actually named her in January or around that time frame to be godmother, or take care of their child if anything bad happened to them and they were dead, right? You remember that?
My brain has been foggy for the last couple of years, but
I understand.
Yeah.
Okay. In January, as time went by, do you recall that she would actually continue to take notes of her medications that she was taking, right?
That sounds like something Lindsay would do.
Kept a diary or a little log, right?
Yep.
I'm approaching you, sir, with this and asking if you can identify this.
Yes.
And when you say yes, and I'll put it on the little screen, what is it?
It's the dosage of medication that she took and how she's feeling.
So this is kind of like a little medical diary that she was keeping.
Yeah.
For example, here you see on that 5 milligrams Valium, 200 Seroquel, slept well, horrible thoughts in the morning, right?
Yeah.
And did she at some point, I think the DA had asked you, I'm going to offer this, Your Honor, if I may.
Any objection?
No.
All right, that may be admitted.
Thank you. There was an occasion where she told you, in the presence of her mother, that she was having horrible thoughts, right?
Right.
And you told us about that yesterday. And that it was quite an emotional thing for her to do that, right?
Right.
After that time frame, you continued on. You were working in the basement, right?
Yeah.
I shouldn't say basement. It was a finished place, right?
Finished basement, yeah.
And that was where you worked on a regular basis. Is that right?
Yeah.
Would that be a 40-hour week or longer?
It varied, but yeah, roughly 40 hours.
And I know it was maybe COVID, tail end of COVID, but one of the other reasons that you did that was so you could be home and help out. Is that right?
Yeah, I worked from home since 2018.
Okay.
But yeah, I built an office down there.
So you were always there?
Yeah.
Not always, but you were down there when you would work?
When I wasn't traveling, yeah, I was there.
Okay. So when would you travel? Tell us about that.
I really didn't travel actually much during COVID, just towards the end and once in November.
November of what year?
2022.
November of 2022.
But before that, I traveled extensively.
But let's look at November of 2022. November of 2022 is a month before she was telling you and her mother that she was having thoughts about hurting the children, right?
Right.
It's November of 2022, and you traveled. Where did you travel to?
New York.
And how long were you there, sir?
2 nights.
And who took care of the kids?
Lindsay.
Sorry?
Lindsay took care of the kids.
Lindsay. So for 2 days, 2 nights, a month and a week or so before she killed the children, she was home with the kids for 2 days. Is that right?
Right.
Fair to say that you also had your friends that you would do brunch with on occasion, Sundays or weeknights or whenever, guys night type thing?
Yep.
And you'd be out with your friends. If she wanted to kill the kids, she certainly could have done it that time when you're out, right?
In theory.
As opposed to sending you on a 3-minute trip to CVS and a 9-minute trip to a restaurant, you were away for 2 days in November and on a number of occasions for brunch as well as skiing, right? You're a pretty active guy.
Yeah.
Right? I'm going to approach you, sir, and another one of the books that was in the kitchen cabinet, I believe. If you remember, if you ever saw this one.
I don't think so.
But is it fair to say, sir, that she had a number of books, about parenting and things like that, and this one here was pregnancy and postpartum anxiety workbook. Did she have workbooks that you were aware of, or work diagrams and things like that?
She had books of different sorts.
So you can't identify this as being in the kitchen, right?
I don't recall seeing that book. No.
That might
Yeah.
be his ID.
Sure.
Thank you. Mm-hmm. Thank you. By the way, I'll withdraw that. I'm going to approach you, sir, with this document. excuse me, and ask if you can identify it.
It says postpartum depression and anxiety patient information sheet.
And if you go towards the end there, does it appear to be her writing?
Yeah.
No
All
objection.
right, that may be admitted.
Yeah, mistake. Now, sir, looking at this item, it's got a bunch of flowers on the front. It appears to be a notebook. So your understanding that the state police went in your house and they seized all sorts of items such as this?
Yep.
So we don't have originals that the police do, but these are
Right.
copies, fair and accurate?
Yeah.
Is that the caption that you were referring to?
Yes.
Postpartum depression and anxiety.
Yes.
And at the end of this particular document, you would agree, sir, that it has writing?
Yeah.
And whose writing is that?
Lindsay's.
And is this like a book or notes that she would take documenting on a daily basis any effect that she had from postpartum?
It appears to be the case.
Yeah. Your Honor, I would offer the records of Dr. Jennifer Tufts, ASTA mental health records.
No objection.
All right, that may be, they may be admitted.
I'm going to have to, I think, maybe talk to the DA about this because I do have a lot of tabs and notes in this one. I know we have clean copies, right?
We have a clean copy we were planning to admit,
All right,
so that's not a
good,
problem.
okay.
So we'll enter that, and then before we can then substitute it with a clean copy.
Thank you.
John, can I see the exhibit for the, oh. One of the things that you had identified yesterday was the document that you obtained from CVS, is that correct?
Yes.
It sets forth all of the medications that were purchased by Lindsay, by prescription from the physicians that she had seen during that period of time, correct?
Correct.
And you indicated yesterday that the police had seized a number of pill bottles, and then you also had a number of pill bottles, is that right?
Right.
And the pill bottles that you had, do you recall, what were the circumstances that you had them in a bag in your car?
The reason I had them in a bag is because sometimes a provider would adjust medications. So, for example, I do remember Lindsay had a prescription of Ativan, and then a few days later they wanted to increase the dosage because it wasn't effective. So what they would do is they would say, give that old prescription to your husband, he'll discard it, and then continue taking from the new prescription.
When the DA yesterday went through that there were scripts and there were pills with a 30 count, but then there's 27 and 3 were gone, and that's because she wasn't taking her medication. That's not the case. It's what you were told to do, right?
Correct. Yeah. Without that context, it paints a different picture.
Exhibit 2 would be the pills that you had turned in, I believe. Is that correct? That were in your bag, in your car?
Right.
But I know you can't tell from looking at the bag.
I remembered it's Exhibit 2, though.
Okay. Wednesday, January 24th, one of the troopers located 4 medication bottles, and at some point on the 26th, at about 2:30 in the afternoon, bottles were then documented by the police. When was it, if you know, that you turned these items in to the police?
I believe it was after the event. I don't remember the exact date, but I remember I told them I do have other prescriptions in my truck still, and I gave them to them.
Okay. So the police already went in with a search warrant. They already seized all the drugs that they could find in the house, in the kitchen, in the bedroom. Were there drugs in the kitchen, by the way?
Yeah.
They're all over the place, right?
Yeah.
And they seized them, right?
Yeah.
And then you, to be cooperative, told the police that you also had pills in your car, and you went to the DA's office and gave them to Attorney Sprague and the state police, right?
Right, but to be clear, those were discontinued prescriptions.
These are the ones like that she stopped.
Correct.
All right. And then you had new prescriptions, so there were new prescriptions that were prescribed to her, right?
Yes.
Now, when I met with you in the house, long after the state police had gone and finished their search, you recall that we went up to the bedroom and I removed this from the nightstand right next to the bed.
Yeah.
Can you tell us what that is? What is this? Is it a drawer, obviously?
That's the drawer that goes into the nightstand.
And inside the drawer, sir, do you recall that there were a number of items that, let's see, trazodone, Lindsay Clancy, prescribed on January 5, 23. Quietapine, January. Quietapine, 100 milligrams, prescribed for Lindsay Clancy, December 21st. Lorazepam, they're all empty too, right?
Yeah.
Because these are what she shot down with that lemonade or water or whatever was in the cup that she ground up these pills, right? Lamotrigine, prescribed to Lindsay Clancy, December 16th, 22. Mirtazapine, prescribed to Lindsay Clancy, January 23. Those are in this drawer, and they were all empty, right?
Right.
You observed that, right? There's something else that was in the drawer. Do you recognize that?
Yeah.
What is it?
It's her Apple Watch.
Her Apple Watch. This is the Apple Watch that apparently the police used to go up the stairs, downstairs, heart rate, things of that nature, right?
Yep.
They never even seized it, did they? They left it in the drawer, right?
Apparently.
So, what is this item, sir? If you can identify that for us.
It's a face mask for sleeping.
To sleep?
Yeah.
Now, you had mentioned something, I think, about pillow spray. What is that?
She bought some pillow spray. It apparently helps you sleep.
And did you see her using that on a regular basis?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yeah, she did.
Your Honor, I would offer the draw.
I could just see.
Yeah.
I think you.
And I think there's a watch on the side there. Oh.
No objection.
Okay. Do you want to put that in as one exhibit? Sure. Okay.
Now, in reference to the Apple Watch, sir, how many Apple Watches did she have? If you
Just
know?
one.
Just one. It's the only one she had. The police never seized it, right?
Correct.
And the drugs that were in the drawer, the empty drugs and the pill bottles from January, December, 22, 23, the police never seized them, did they?
No.
I'm showing you an item, sir. It's like a little green vase. Have you ever seen that before?
Yeah.
Can you tell the jury what it is?
Objection. We could go to sidebar.
Yeah. Okay. See, counsel sidebar, please.
Another sidebar. Tonight, just checking here with Meave Moen, otherwise known as Steve Cohen. Another very interesting guest. This is going to be at 5 o'clock, a wrap-up show on the testimony today and everything else. And we've got Dr. Sarah Orek, a medical doctor, co-founder of a company called Mavita Health, and she is another expert in postpartum depression and psychosis. And she will join us along with Joe Krowski, which I'm excited about. Joe Krowski is a criminal defense attorney who is from Brockton, same city as the criminal defense attorney here. And I've got to think that they know each other quite well. So we'll get the scoop on Kevin Reddington. And then Margaret McLean will come back from the Margaret McLean Show on YouTube. She is a former Boston College law professor, an attorney who does not attorney anymore, and a former prosecutor. So a couple of bright legal minds and someone who really understands postpartum depression and postpartum psychosis. So it'll be a very good mix of people. That's going to be 5 o'clock Eastern time. And behind the scenes, the COE and I, I'm in this temporary spot here high above a building in an undisclosed location in Miami Beach, and right below Walter Cronkite, one of the great journalistic legends in broadcast media. And that is why I'm far below him. So we are going to discuss this case, but as far as, I'm going to have a conversation with the COE about how we're going to move forward. Originally, for Lindsay Clancy, we were just going to do openings, and then we found out Patrick Clancy was testifying. So I said, and Patrick Clancy, this is a very fascinating trial, but we're going to be covering several trials beginning in August. And we are in a temporary location right now. We built a new studio, but have to do a few more things before we can actually come to you from the new studio. So, Joel, I like you not having a mic in your face. Thank you. I like not having a mic in my face, and no more dirty mic cover if my mic is not in my face. So there you have it. People seem to still be pretty split on how they feel about this. I've got my own feelings, which I've publicly stated on this one. I think she belongs in a psych hospital. People say, hey, you're too soft. Maybe I am. I don't know. We're hearing a lot about medications that were seized. At one point, Kevin Reddington said there were drugs all over the place. One thing I don't understand is police went in there with warrants and seized everything. But then Kevin Reddington says he visited Patrick at the house, I guess in preparation at some point for this trial one day down the road. And he opens up a drawer by Lindsay's bedside. And lo and behold, inside that drawer next to her bed, which you think is the first place police would search, that's where he finds more vials of pills. I'm not sure how the logic there fits together, but that's what he said. And he pulled out the drawer for proof.
To your knowledge, sir, was she advised by nurse practitioner Tufts to keep a nighttime dump diary of all of her thoughts and write them down so that she had something that she could refer to?
Not that I'm aware of.
You ever see her writing notes in a diary or like a thing with dates on it, November 23rd, for example, things of that nature?
I knew she kept notes, but I didn't see her doing it.
When it would show you this document, I don't ask, that appears to be her handwriting.
Yeah.
And does that contain indication as to her state of mind, particular date or dates thereafter?
Yeah.
Just take a look at the other pages to make sure that they're all her handwriting.
Yeah.
You want to write it off of this?
Commonwealth?
Can I see it, please?
Yeah.
And I got it from the state police, so it's, assume you guys have it.
No objection.
Okay, that may be admitted.
Page 3.
I'm going to show you another document, Sarah. It appears to be a document. Do you recognize her handwriting? That document, the dates, September 29, for example, 22.
Yes.
And does that appear to be, can you tell us what that appears to be, sir, if you know?
Looks like a schedule for Callan.
And the schedule for Callan, that would be, what, like when he's eating or sleeping or something like that?
Yeah, naps. Yeah.
So, for example, where it says September 29th, there it is, 22, and then it makes reference to Callan, last fed with a time frame, and then there's a bunch of pages like that that go forward on those dates. Is that what that is?
Yeah.
Put him down for a nap, 9:35 with a smiley face, things like that, right?
Right.
Is this typical for Lindsay that she would document these things as a new mother?
Yeah.
Was she being controlling, in your opinion, of her child and of you by doing this schedule?
No, I found it helpful.
For this, Your Honor, I don't think there's
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, that may be admitted.
One of the things, sir, that the district attorney had asked you about is the exhibits of the, I think it was the window in the bedroom. You said it was 20 feet drop to the ground.
Right.
Is that right? This is a photograph of the same one you already introduced, but I just don't know where it is. So this is the photograph of the house. You can identify that, right?
Yeah, that's the living room window.
Okay. And the window that you're talking about that's 20 feet up would be on the very top of that picture, correct?
Correct.
Now, when you identified this picture, and I can't see it, you see that there's some kind of an orange ball. It appears to be an orange ball underneath the sill
Yeah.
to the left. And it appears to be red marks or red spots, like possibly blood above it.
Yep.
Can you tell the jurors what that little orange ball is?
Yeah, we had a woodpecker who would peck at the house and create holes. That's why I prepared some of the other sections too. And I took some foam and filled the hole.
I'd offer that, Your Honor, just continuity.
No
All
objection.
right, that may be admitted.
And I'd also, if I may, just the top picture, I believe is also, see where it looks like fingerprints or blood on the edge of the window on the second floor. You see that? That's from the house?
Yeah.
Excuse me, Attorney Reddy.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm talking about the Hornet thing right here. And then this is, I see on this top here. Okay, so you see on the top of this window here, it's not a very good picture. Underneath the Hornet thing, you can see it, but in the exhibit, you can see there's like blood drops or blood smears there.
Yeah. I
That's
see it.
the first floor window that's directly underneath the second floor window, right?
Right.
Okay. Right off the region.
Any objection?
No.
They may be admitted.
85 and 86.
I'm all set. Thank you, sir.
All right. Commonwealth, redirect?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
That was it for cross redirect by the Commonwealth here.
Mr. Clancy, you were shown an email, and it's been marked as an exhibit that you sent to coworkers on January 24th, 2023 at 5:24 p.m., correct?
Yeah.
And you were asked about it coming from the Surface Pro, but your testimony was that it could have come from your iPhone, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, you watched footage earlier of yourself going into the CVS in Kingston at 5:32 p.m., correct?
Correct.
And you had your phone with you, correct, because you used it? And we also saw you on the 3V footage using your phone as well, correct?
Right.
So you were clearly out of the house at 5:24 p.m., correct?
Sorry, what time did you say I was at CVS?
So you walked in at 5:32 p.m., correct?
Correct.
And you left the house. As you were leaving the house, Lindsay sent you the text about PDLX, correct?
I don't know if I had left the house yet, but yeah.
But that was sent at 5:15 p.m., correct?
Right.
And how far away is the Kingston CVS?
3 minutes.
Okay. And so you leave the house, you get into your car, and you drive to CVS, correct?
Correct.
And so that should have taken 3 minutes, correct?
Yep.
So after the text that was sent at 5:15 p.m., that would have been sometime around 5:18 or 5:20 p.m. that you should have arrived at CVS, correct?
Right.
But you don't go in until 5:32 p.m., correct?
I don't know.
We could
I don't know what time I pulled in the parking lot.
I'm not asking you what time you pulled into the parking lot, but is it fair to say that the video that you were shown earlier shows you entering the store at 5:32 p.m.?
Yes.
So from the time you should have been at the parking lot of CVS around 5:20 p.m. until 5:32 p.m., could you have been in your car sending this email on your iPhone?
Yeah, I just don't know if I pulled into the parking lot at 5:20.
But sometime after the text was sent from Lindsay about PDLX, but before 5:32 p.m., you were in your car.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
She's getting snippy.
Now, you were asked about my questions to you about going to Boston, and my questions to you were about December 3rd, not December 2nd, correct?
Correct.
Because your anniversary is December 3rd, not December 2nd, correct?
Right.
So Dawson was taken to the doctors on December 2nd, correct?
Correct.
And on December 3rd, did you have plans? Not that they were followed through, but did you have plans to go to Boston that day?
Yeah, so I can provide some clarification on that.
Sure.
So yeah, on Monday I was a little bit confused by it because we were home. But yeah, I think there was a plan prior to that, like an anniversary plan to go to Boston, but it was canceled.
Okay.
And the picture you showed was from September.
So the plans that you had to go to Boston, showing you here. Some text messages between yourself and Lindsay. And here, there's one here that says, the spa, the Omni is booked, but you're on the wait list. As a backup, I have you booked for massage at the nearby IHG for 90 minutes at 1:45. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And then you later say we can get lunch and then head over. She responds, okay. And then you write that they'll let you use the gym and the pool while she's getting her massage. Is that correct?
Right.
And then you talk about plans for lunch and dinner. And so there were the plans, they just fell through, right?
Yeah, we canceled them, yeah.
So it's not as if I made that up out of thin air. That's here in the text messages, correct?
Right, yeah. It was just confusing because we were home. But yeah, when I left, I recollected that, and then I found the picture, and the picture was from September.
And was that from the wedding you went to?
Yeah.
If we could have the text messages marked as next specific.
Any objection? All right, that may be admitted.
87. Now, in cross-examination, you said that Lindsay always took the medications exactly as instructed.
Mm-hmm.
But in direct, you said you weren't always with her every time she took the pills. Is that correct?
That's correct, but the understanding was that she took it as directed.
Because she told you she did?
Yeah.
And because you trusted her to do so?
Yeah.
Okay, but you can't sit here and say definitively that she took every pill exactly as instructed every single time because you didn't watch her every time, correct?
I was not standing next to her every time she took pills.
And you were asked about the Facebook search in August 23rd, 2022, and you were asked about being on the Surface Pro and looking up the country singer who had killed himself. Is that right?
Right.
Okay. So I think that what you said when you were asked by defense counsel about whether or not you accidentally went to this site on methods of suicide, you said that could be likely, that might have happened. You're not sure, correct?
It's so subtle that I don't remember specifically, but I do remember listening to Tom T. Hall.
Okay. How often did you listen to him?
It was like for a week.
Okay. And so were you aware that on 8/23, August 23rd, 2022, at 9:40 a.m., someone signed into Lindsay's Facebook account on the Surface Pro?
No.
And then at 9:43 p.m. is when the Tom Hall site was accessed. Do you recall that?
No.
And at 9:45 a.m. is when a person not just hit a link by accident, but actually had to click on a link to go to suicide methods. Are you aware of that?
No.
Okay. Is there any reason why you would have been going in and logging on to Lindsay's Facebook account while going on Wikipedia and looking at suicide methods all in that same 5 minutes?
I didn't log into Lindsay's Facebook ever. It's very possible that I looked at Tom Hall's Wikipedia page, but...
At some point?
Yeah.
Do you remember spending 3 minutes on the Methods of Suicide site, scrolling through and reading the Methods of Suicide site for 3 minutes?
No, I don't remember something I did for 3 minutes almost 4 years ago.
Do you remember being on that site, the Methods of Suicide, and clicking on a link to a bridge in Australia that people use to commit suicide?
No.
No. So in this 5 minutes or so where someone's using the Surface Pro, using Lindsay's Facebook while doing that, and then clicking on these links you don't remember, you think it might have been you?
I have no idea.
Okay. Now you talked about Lindsay's stay at McLean Hospital. You said that it was a locked ward, she had to stay there, is that correct?
Correct.
But it was a voluntary commitment, wasn't it?
Yeah.
You didn't file any legal paperwork to have her committed, correct?
Correct.
There was no court order making her stay there, correct?
Correct.
So if she wanted to leave and expressed to the doctors that she wanted to leave, and they didn't believe she was a danger to herself or others, she could leave, correct?
To be honest, I don't know.
Okay. Now, you stated on direct examination that you visited her 2 times during the time that she was there at McLean, right?
At least twice, yeah.
And you said those were in the evening hours, is that correct?
Yeah, afternoon, evening.
Afternoon and evening. So you weren't there during the morning and early afternoon hours when they were offering these group therapies and when she was meeting with other practitioners?
I wasn't there in the morning.
Okay. And were you there during the when the staff was checking on her every 15 minutes?
No, but she did tell me about that.
Okay. And were you aware that she was evaluated several times, and at first she had to stay on the unit, but then eventually, based on what she was telling them, she was allowed to go on the grounds with staff?
I was aware that she went on at least one walk.
Okay. And so people were seeing her and interacting with her and changing the way her stay went at McLean Hospital throughout her stay.
Yeah.
And you talked about Dr. Goodhart recommending medications. What was the medication that you said that she recommended?
I thought it was Cymbalta, but I think she ended up taking amitriptyline.
So, looking here at the CVS records that you provided, we see, I'm sorry, here we go. So we see here, here we go. Aaliyah Goodhart, second from the bottom.
Yep.
Trazodone, 50 milligrams. So you thought that Dr. Goodhart had just recommended medication when there was actually a prescription that was given by Dr. Goodhart, correct?
Right, but I believe, so there's another one as well, lorazepam. I believe those were prescribed while she was staying there.
And so they were filled at CVS and sent to McLean?
Possibly. I remember there was an issue where she didn't have her medications when she went to McLean, so she needed them to be brought there.
She was discharged on January 5th, correct?
Right.
Are you aware that this document from CVS says that the prescription for Trazodone 50 milligrams prescribed by Dr. Aaliyah Goodhart was filled on January 5th, 2023?
Right.
Okay. And then the other prescription by Dr. Goodhart, the lorazepam, was also 1 milligram lorazepam was also filled on January 5th, 2023, correct?
Yeah.
So that's when she was discharged, not while she was staying there, correct?
Right, that's correct.
So Dr. Goodhart did in fact prescribe medication for Lindsay, Trazodone and Ativan, and not Cymbalta, correct?
She recommended Cymbalta, but she wasn't the one who prescribed that.
And in fact, no one prescribed that, correct?
Because it ended up switching to amitriptyline.
Okay. And the amitriptyline was prescribed by Dr. Jennifer Tubbs, correct?
Right.
And and Dr. Tufts prescribed 5 milligrams of diazepam on January 9th, 2023, correct?
Right.
And amitriptyline on January 16th. It was 10 milligrams of amitriptyline. And that was prescribed when Lindsay said she was having some issues with depression, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So she went to McLean Hospital and she was weaned off the Seroquel, correct?
I believe so, yeah.
And all the medications that she had taken prior to going to McLean, she was no longer on. Those were gone, correct? Once she'd been in McLean.
I don't know if it was, I'm not sure. I don't know if it was all of them.
Well, did you have conversations with your wife about what she was taking? I mean, were you aware that she was only on only prescribed Trazodone and Ativan when she left McLean, and then amitriptyline was only added on the 16th? So just those 3 medications?
Yeah, but I thought she was taking Trazodone before McLean.
Right. So she had been prescribed it before and stopped taking it, correct?
I don't remember. I'd have to look back on records.
So you're not sure about what she was taking and when, are you?
Not the exact dates, but I remember she was taking Trazodone, and I thought she was taking it before McLean.
So the best resource of what she was prescribed and when would most likely be the doctors and the CVS records then, correct?
The CVS records is a good resource.
Okay. And you talked about the pills and how these were pills that she was no longer on, so it wasn't really a good representation of what she had taken, correct?
Correct.
But she was only prescribed Zoloft once, right? At the very beginning?
Right.
And she only took 7 of those pills, correct?
Right.
So it wasn't as if she was prescribed a higher dose or a different dose of Zoloft and was still taking that, and so that 7 pills misrepresents the Zoloft she took, right?
I believe she switched because, or she stopped because she was switched to Prozac.
Okay. And then even going forward, the Prozac, there weren't many pills taken out of that either, correct?
Yeah, eventually she stopped that as well.
Okay. So she'd take a few pills, she'd have some side effects, they'd switch the medication, correct?
Yes.
And so they were trying to figure out what would work for her, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And then she ends up at McLean because she's having difficulties, according to her, with the Seroquel, correct?
That was part of it, yeah.
And they wean her off of that, right?
Yep.
And then after McLean, she's only on the the trazodone, the Ativan, and then on the 16th, adding in the amitriptyline, correct?
Right.
You mentioned that you went to New York in November of 2022. Defense counsel said that was a month before the children were killed, but that's actually 2 months before they were killed, correct?
It was, it was about a little more than 2 months.
And she hadn't been on the Seroquel yet, right?
I don't know exactly when she started the Seroquel.
Would December sound right?
Yeah, or end of November, yeah.
And so when you took your trip to New York, she was having some issues, but she was doing okay, wasn't she?
She was doing much better than she was in December.
Okay. And did you also take another trip with Cora in November?
Yeah, so I did the trip to New York, and as soon as I got back, went to bed, and then the next morning left with Cora.
And was that November 4th through the 7th to San Francisco?
Yeah.
And who was taking care of Dawson and Callan while you were in San Francisco with Cora?
Lindsay.
And so during your trip to New York, and then immediately after your trip to San Francisco with Cora, were there any issues or any problems, or did anything happen while Lindsay was caring for those kids?
Nothing bad happened. She was, I would say her anxiety and depression was starting to tick up, but yeah, obviously nothing bad happened.
Okay. And it's your testimony that things started to get worse in December. Is that correct?
Correct.
But it was also your testimony that after the stay at McLean, things got better, wasn't it? And she steadily progressed throughout January, getting better, right?
Definitely, yeah.
And on January 24th, 2023, you testified that that was one of her best days.
Yeah.
You were asked about the Apple Watch. The police didn't collect the Apple Watch, right? They did collect her phone, correct? You identified it earlier, right?
Correct, yeah.
And her Apple Watch was linked to her phone, was it not?
It probably was, yeah.
You were also asked about the drop from the second floor window. Were you aware that the measurement from the windowsill to the ground was actually 12 feet?
I've never measured it, but yeah, I believe what you're saying.
And looking for one of the exhibits from defense counsel. It's the, yes. Exhibit 84, this was the packet here that defense counsel was going through with you, where you said this is Lindsay writing Callan's schedule, is that right?
Right.
But this was also Lindsay sending notes back and forth between herself and Elaine, is that correct?
Possibly.
There's different writing here, correct? You want to look at it?
Yeah.
For example, this first page after the cover, we have writing here that you said was Lindsay's, correct?
It looks like it, yeah.
And then down here, there's a note that's in different handwriting, correct?
Yeah, I would say so.
Okay. So were you aware that Lindsay was using this notebook to communicate back and forth with the nanny about Callan's care?
She had different notebooks. She always had a notebook that she would leave for the babysitter or for me.
And so, for example, on Tuesday, September 4th, she wrote, last fed at 6 a.m., give him a bottle whenever he wakes up. He likes it very warm. He's been resisting the bottle. If he won't drink it, after 45 minutes of trying, please text me to let me know. Put down for next nap 1 hour after he wakes. Try to put down drowsy but awake. But if he cries, pick him up and rock, bounce, or hold him until asleep, then put down. He usually sleeps 45 minutes, but let him sleep as long as he wants. These are very detailed notes that Lindsay is sending to the nanny, correct?
Yeah.
And then she also wrote, if you have time, wash and cut up veggies, sweet potatoes, 1-inch cubes peeled, broccoli, small pieces, peppers, 1-inch pieces, plastic Ziploc bags to put them in. Next bottle 2.5 hours after the first bottle, correct?
I believe what you're reading, yeah.
So very particular about what she wanted the nanny to do, how she wanted her to do it, and when to feed Callan, when to put him down for a nap, all of those things. Very particular, correct?
Sounds like it, yeah.
Again, Thursday, September 29th, 2022. Callan last fed at 8:45. Please put him down for a nap at 9:35. We will be home from gymnastics at 11:45. Clean clothes and dryer if you get to it. So again, very specific times for putting him down and when to get up and asking her to do additional work like laundry and things like that, correct?
Yeah.
Again, October 6th, 8 at 8:15, fell asleep at 8:40. Changing tables now in the bathroom. If he wakes before 9:40, give him 15 minutes to settle himself back to sleep. I'm hoping he will sleep till 10:15. If he is still asleep at 10:40, wake him. Feeding at 11 a.m. First try bottle. If he doesn't take it after 15 minutes, make oatmeal. 2 tablespoons of oatmeal. Make thin with breast milk. Can heat for 5 to 10 seconds. Again, very specific directions on what she wants done and how she wants Callan cared for, correct?
Yeah.
And throughout this notebook, it's more of the same, correct? Or have you even seen that?
I haven't seen it, yeah.
I have nothing further, thank you.
So which nanny was that?
That would have been Elaine Rossi.
And Elaine Rossi, how long was she the nanny for you guys?
A month or two, yeah, probably 2 months.
And then she just needed more hours and moved on, and Lindsay was home, so.
Yeah, I think she preferred more hours. We couldn't really give it to her, and Lindsay was home anyways, so.
Okay. And as far as the records are concerned, it's fair to say that Lindsay, as a concerned mother, would give instructions to people that would be taking care of her infant?
Yeah, I would have done the same.
A lot of discussion about these prescriptions and scripts from the different doctors, and one of the things you referenced was that you believe that she was on trazodone, and if I suggest to you that there was a Dr. Izad Parayarara Kavon on November 16th of 22 that prescribed 50 milligrams of trazodone while she was on buspirone and fluoxetine. Does that refresh your memory that in November she was prescribed 50 grams of trazodone?
Yeah, I remember trazodone being like a part of the medication plan for a while.
And one of the things that you did, as we talked about, is you went to CVS and you got a list of all the drugs, right?
Right.
And if I suggest to you, sir, that this is just an easy reference with different colors for different doctors of exactly what the CVS provided, does that appear to be fair and accurate of the scripts that were provided?
Yeah.
Can I see which one that is, please? No objection.
Okay, that may be admitted.
That's all I have, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down. Thank you. Thanks. Counsel, could I see you?
All right. I'm just preparing for the 5 o'clock show. There's going to be a good show 48 minutes from now. Again, we've got Joe Krowski, who's a Brockton-based criminal defense attorney, an amazing attorney in his own right, and I'm sure friends with Kevin Reddington to give us some insight into that. We've got Dr. Sarah Orek, who's a Columbia University trained physician who also runs a women's health clinic, a mental health clinic in Los Angeles, and then Margaret McLean, who was on the show yesterday, and she is host of the Margaret McLean Show, a former law professor at Boston College and a former attorney and prosecutor, a trial attorney. So she'll be here to offer her insights. This was a cross of Patrick Clancy by the defense, and then a redirect going through the medications and the months and days leading up to the day of the murder.
I know it's been a long day for everyone, so we're going to excuse you till tomorrow morning. The hope is we'll start about 9, and kind of the same thing. We'll go to hopefully about 11, take a break at 11. We'll have a break from 1 to 2, and we'll go into the afternoon, around 3 or 4. All right. So that's the thing. Remember, I'm going to ask you those questions about not talking about the case, not doing any research about it. Don't watch anything about it. You have to keep an open mind. At this point, you've heard some evidence, but you haven't heard all the evidence. You haven't heard the law that you are to apply to the evidence. So you've got to, at this point, you've got to keep struggling in a sense, keep that open mind. So I'm going to excuse you. I hope you have a nice evening. We'll come back here tomorrow morning. If I forget to tell you, tomorrow, Friday, we're still on schedule to take that view, and then we'll deal with the schedule when you come in tomorrow. But that's, as best I can tell you, that's the schedule for tomorrow. So again, thank you so much for all your work on this case so far. I hope you have a nice evening. We'll see you tomorrow.
Court, all rise. Jurors, those in no votes, take my chair, please.
All right. And so we'll be in recess on this matter till tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so that's a wrap on day 2. I'm going to hustle out of here to prepare for the 5 o'clock show in exactly 45 minutes. I don't know if there's a redirect or not. If there is, you'll get redirected to the correct positioning for the 5 p.m. show. I will be back then. I've got a great set of guests coming up, and we will recap all the day's testimony, including the 911 call that we didn't hear, but we have a transcript of, and I know the COE is putting together some full screen graphics so you can see what was said on that 911 call. We'll see you in 45 minutes. Love you, America. Love you, Plymouth, Massachusetts, Boston, Massachusetts, and our hearts break for these 3 little kids and this entire family. What a tragedy all the way around. We'll see you 5 o'clock Eastern Standard.